Shalom, everyone. Today I want to look at the system, the beast system, one aspect of it that ties together that we're currently living in. There are other aspects that play into this as well, but just one section of it today. That my hope and prayer is will cause us to focus on Yahuah and who He is. So, Father, I just ask that you would give us eyes to see, ears to hear, a heart to turn and repent. Yeah, that we might not be taken with the things and the evil in this present day, the dysfunction that is all around us, but that it might drive us, as we see the day approaching, into the depths and intimacy that we can have with you. In your name, Yahuah, who came to rescue us, Father. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. So we're going to start Revelation 13, and just want to cover this section here. Of course, there's more, again, like I said, that kind of pulls itself into this. So we're just going to, there's so much we can only there's so much even in this that we can pull in other pieces later. Revelation 13, if you want to turn there in your scriptures, your Bible, whatever you're reading from. Verses 16 through 18. And he causes all, both small and great, and rich and poor, and free and slave, to be given a mark on their right hand or upon their foreheads, and that no one should be able to buy or sell, except that he has the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Here is the wisdom. He who has understanding, let him calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, and his number is 666. And we have a footnote. There's an ancient manuscript, even that has 616 instead of 666. So first, want to look at the word mark and where that comes from in the Hebrew. And just a quick look at the word or. I wanted to just point out real quick this word or, that in some places in Scripture it is an and. It's a different Hebrew word, yet we're connecting the same concept. Sometimes even the word for or, there's a couple instances where it uses and. It uses that word or and that Greek number 2228. It's just all kinds of different words throughout the Scripture, or throughout the New Testament anyway. So I did want to point that out, that it's not necessarily one or the other or the other. They all come together under a system. There are different pieces to the system, but they all come together under one system. So, when I look at this word mark, in Revelation 20 verse 4, we see this word mark again. And I saw thrones, and they sat on them, and judgment was given to them. And the lives of those who had been beheaded because of the witness they bore to Yahushua, and because of the word of Elohim, and who did not worship the beast, nor his image, and did not receive his mark upon their foreheads, and also upon their hands, they lived and reigned with Messiah for 1,000 years. So there are some that did not receive this mark, that made the resurrection, that were with the high priest, the King of Kings, the greatest prophet, for 1,000 years, ruling and reigning what we would call the millennial reign. And the rest of the dead did not come to life until the 1,000 years were ended. This is the first resurrection. Again, so those that were in the first resurrection, with Yahuah Elohim as their King of Kings, high priest, Master of Masters, they were in the first resurrection with him. They did not receive this mark of the beast. So the word mark in Greek is G5480. From the same as 5482, a scratch or an etching, that is a stamp, as a badge of servitude. You are serving under the one whose mark that you receive. Or sculptured figure, statue. We see those everywhere. Comes from, it says, G5482. Hope you guys can see my mouse moving. 5482 is what it comes from. To sharpen. To a point. Akin to 1125 to the idea of scratching. A stake that is by implication a palisade or rampart. Be a military mound in a siege. So we see it's some kind of mark. It's just a mark. Oh, and I didn't fix that. Isn't that funny? So in the Hebrew New Testament there, here's the word for mark. It's there in black. It's the ta and the wa. It's the letter ta. So we trace it back. And the reason I had fixed this on there was because I wasn't sure if it came up in reverse order or not. I meant to go back and look. It's the word ta. So we see here in Benner's Ancient Hebrew Lexicon, which is one of those books that I encourage everyone to get. If you don't have one, I would highly encourage you to get this. We see that at the root line here, we have a mark. The pictograph ta is a picture of two crossed sticks representing a mark. This root is related to the el ta and the ta el. Now, does it look like a cross? Yes, it looks like a cross. But let's continue on. So we see it's related to the el ta. Very interesting. It's at the end of the el ta. Completion, almost, of all things. Be under a mark, and once you're under it, it's the end. We see at the root line, the 1022, the action is to plow. The concrete is mark. The L is a picture of an ox. The ta is a picture of two crossed sticks used to make a sign or a mark. Yahuah is the L to the ta, the beginning to the end, the first to the last. Combined, these pictures represent an ox moving toward a mark. That's who we're supposed to be yoked with, all the way to the very end and beyond. When plowing a field with oxen, the plowman drives the oxen toward a distant mark in order to keep the furrow straight. We need to be on a straight and narrow path. A traveler arrives at his destination by following a mark. Badge of servitude. We're going somewhere, and there's a reason why we're going there, and it's because either we want to follow Yah or we want to be on the path to destruction. Traveling toward a mark, destination, or person. The arrival of one to the mark. Okay, and then the coming toward a mark, a standard or flag. With the family mark hangs a sign. What's his banner over us? Is it one of the banners of the tribes? Is it his love? Or is it an ecumenical love? An agreement or covenant by two, where a sign or a mark of agreement is made as a reminder to both parties. Okay, so we see that it's related to this as well. It's also related to the ta el, the pictograph ta. Again, there we have a cross. We have two cross sticks. We have a mark. X marks the spot. Yeah, that's kind of English cliche. It's a picture of two cross sticks representing a mark. A mark identifies locations used to mark out a location. Two cross sticks in the shape of a cross were used to hang the family standard or flag. This parent root is related again to the el ta, or the Ta, wa, or the ta. So you can see all these kind of run hand in hand. We know that the enemy's mark is not the el ta. Not in its pure form, for sure. It is absolutely not the el ta. So we see the mark is a moving toward a point or a destination or having an agreement as a reminder to both parties. We're on a path, and we're either yoked to the lead ox, heading to the end, which is perfection and completion in Yahushua Messiah and following the word into eternal life, or we're marked by the one that breathes out lies. So here's some pictures here. Okay, we got crosses, all right? But we've also got a swastika. That's a kind of cross. We've got this over here. They call it the Star of David. We've got all these different kinds of crosses. But we've also got different symbols. I'm going to show you a couple more here. It's this one. So here we've got, I believe this is an Egyptian cross. We've got all different kinds of pictures of different crosses, here we've got more crosses. Here we've got different symbols. Here we've got the moon and the star symbol, which we know what that symbolizes. So we have different marks, if you will, that represent anything but the El to the Ta and what he breathed. Okay, because he doesn't care what banner, what flag, what quote-unquote mark that one falls under, as long as it's not under the mark of Yahuah Elohim and everything that he breathed. He doesn't care. Your mark may not be a cross in your quote-unquote religion or belief system. He doesn't care. It's a mark, as long as it's not the El to the Ta. So that's really all I wanted to talk about, and that is, and that'll come out more in the next, Yah willing, the next couple parts to this. So we'll just kind of leave it there that it can come from any direction. It doesn't have to look like two cross sticks. Does it? A lot? Yeah. But it doesn't have to. Because, and no one should be able to buy or sell except that he has the mark, or also the name of the beast, and also the number of his name. So let's look at the name of the beast. It's G3686. Onoma, from a presumed derivative of the base of 1097, compare a name. We see it at Genesis 21:33. And he planted a tamarisk tree in Beersheba, and there he called on the name of Yahuah, the everlasting El. So that's where we get the word name from. It's a Strong's H8034. It's Shem. Most of us recognize that. A primitive word, perhaps rather from 7760 through the idea of definite and conspicuous position. Compare H8064. An appellation, as a mark or a memorial of individuality. If you're carrying somebody's name, you're carrying who they are. You're carrying a family name. By implication, honor, authority, character. So wrapped up in the name is the mark, is your authority, is the character that one would follow. So here it is in the Ancient Hebrew Lexicon by Benner. It's Shem. It's 1473 AN. The N right here, you can see I have 8034 in the kind of yellow, dark yellow color. At the N root, it's breath. The breath of a man is character. What makes one what he is. Are you breathing out the truth or are we breathing out a lie? Which is it? It can't be both. The name of an individual is more than an identifier, but descriptive of his character or breath. At the A root, we see concrete is breath, the abstract is desolate. Hebrew names are words given to describe character. And his character, Yahuah Elohim, his character is his breath. And the breathing of truth and the action behind it. So is it absolutely opposite for the enemy that wants us to just feed our flesh in any way, shape, or form. At the 1473, the action is breath, the action is breathe, the concrete is breath, and the abstract is desolate. The wind or breath of someone or something is its character. Whose character should we be following? That's obvious answer. Revelation 13:1. And I stood on the sand of the sea, and I saw a beast coming up out of the sea, having 7 heads and 10 horns, and on his horn 10 crowns, and on his head names of blasphemy. Now, I know in the second part, the part that we read from, we're talking about the other beast that comes up out of the earth, but he took on all the power and the authority of the first beast. It didn't change. It just morphed. And that's all it does. The name morphs. The character that is a lie, it never changes. It just morphs. Does it morph etymologically? No. Some of these words don't sound like each other that represent these false mighty ones. It just morphs. Whatever one wants, it's the whole of the law. It comes right out of the satanic version of reading. We'll leave it at that. Whatever you want. As long as it's not walking in spirit and truth, in breath and truth, hearing and speaking and doing the works that he breathed, he don't care what you call him. Revelation 17:1. And one of the 7 messengers who had the 7 bowls came and spoke with me, saying to me, Come, I shall show you the judgment of the great whore, sitting on many waters. Who are we going to be yoked to? With whom the sovereigns of the earth committed whoring, and the inhabitants of the earth were made drunk with the wine of her whoring. And he carried me away in the spirit into the wilderness. And I saw a woman sitting on a scarlet beast covered with names of blasphemy, and having 7 heads and 10 horns. I could rattle off a list of names of blasphemy to you. I don't think it's necessary. I think we know. Exodus 20 verse 3 says, You have no other mighty ones before my face. You don't speak it. You don't work for it. You're not under its authority, no matter what would come into your brain or what it would try to just give you a little, it just goes like this. So I hope this works. And that's all it takes. You're going to open the door because sin's crouching there. At the door. We are to have no other mighty ones against his face. We're not even supposed to speak these blasphemous names out of our mouth. Revelation 14:9 through 11. And a third messenger followed them, saying with a loud voice, If anyone worships the beast in his image and receives his mark upon his forehead or upon his hand, he shall also drink of the wine of the wrath of Elohim. Why? Because the whore is not just, she's among us. which is poured out undiluted into the cup of his wrath. I can't even fathom. And he shall be tortured with fire and sulfur before the set apart messengers and before the Lamb. And the smoke of their torture goes up forever and ever, and they have no rest day or night. Those worshiping the beast in his image. Also, if anyone receives the mark of his name. They run hand in hand. The mark, no, let me leave that alone. The mark of his name, like I said, he doesn't care what you call him. As long as in some form or fashion you're falling under anything that he's breathing out as a lie, you're marked. You're headed towards that mark. We're headed, that destination is in sight. At the end, we'll get to some encouragement in what we can do, but let's continue on for now. So, you could even be calling on the name of Yahuah. But are you doing what he said to do? Are we? Yahushua said to them, if Elohim were your father, you would love me. For I came forth from Elohim. I'm what he breathed. I'm the fullness of Elohim bodily that's wrapped in flesh. I came forth from him. I am what was breathed. For I have not come of myself. This flesh, he didn't wrap some flesh around himself. The Father sent this flesh not only to rescue us, but to show us how to walk it out. For the love of his bride. Why do you not know what I say? Because you are unable to hear my word. Having ears they do not hear, eyes they do not see, lest their heart turn and repent. For you are of your father the devil, and the desires of your father you wish to do. They got their eyes set. He was a murderer from the beginning, and has not stood in truth. He did not stand in everything that Yah breathed, the word truth, from the El to the Ta, where the likeness of the seed continues in between, because there is no truth in him. When he speaks the lie, he speaks of his own, for he is a liar and the father of it. Who do we claim as our father? What are we breathing out? What are we taking in to breathe out? And what actions are we performing behind that? And because I speak truth, I breathe everything from the El to the Ta in the likeness of the seed that he breathed. You do not believe me. I love the darkness rather than the light. Who of you proves me wrong concerning sin? And if I speak the truth, why do you not believe me? He who is of Elohim hears the words of Elohim. Therefore you do not hear, because you are not of Elohim. You do not bring the name of Yahuah your Elohim to naught. Again, you could be calling on the name and bringing it to naught. For Yahuah does not leave the one unpunished who brings his name to naught. What does it mean to bring his name to naught? From the same as H 77:22, in the sense of desolating, evil as destructive, literally, ruin or morally, especially guile, figuratively, idolatry as false, subjectively, useless as deceptive, vain, okay? And we look at the ancient Hebrew lexicon, we see it's at JN. It's at right here, maybe. Okay. It's down here at the bottom. It's at the end. The first definition next to N is a storm. A loud and destructive crashing of thunder and waves. And we have empty in the sense of destroyed. Empty words or actions. So you may be saying one thing, you may be even saying the name, but the rest of your words might not line up. But the rest of our actions might not line up. We need to be so familiar with the truth that everything is coming out of our mouth and the actions that we're performing behind them are from the seed that's been planted as the authority inside of us. He will come to us with the slightest of a lie to get us to sin and in turn cause others to do the same. So the 144,000 of Yisrael sealed. So what is the seal? What is on the forehead of those who are Yahuah's? Revelation 7:1-4. And after this I saw 4 messengers standing at the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth, that the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on the tree. And I saw another messenger coming up from the rising of the sun, holding the seal of the living Elohim. And he cried with a loud voice to the 4 messengers to whom it was given to harm the earth and the sea, saying, do not harm the earth, nor the sea, nor the trees, until we have sealed the servants of Elohim upon their foreheads. The forehead, I want to go there, stores the memories and the remembrances of everything Yahuah Elohim, what he has breathed, what is hidden in our hearts, therefore can come to the forefront of our minds and quote unquote influences the actions of who we are, what we do, and how we walk. And I heard the number of those who were sealed, 144,000 sealed out of all the tribes of the children of Yisrael. Revelation 14:1. And I looked and saw a lamb standing on Mount Zion. Hallelujah. There he is. And with him 144,000, having the Father's name, the fullness of Elohim bodily that was inside the word which he breathed from the very beginning. He saw one. The Father's name, Yahuah. Everything that he breathed, everything that is breath, the entirety of his character, because they were made like him, written upon their foreheads. Which if you go see Revelation 3:12, you'll see that in the assembly of Philadelphia. So whose family name are we going to carry? What was breathed? Ephesians 3:14-15. And for this reason, I bow my knees to the Father, our Master, Master of masters, Yahuah, Yah who came to rescue us, the King of Kings, the High Priest, and the greatest prophet that planted the original seed through his breath into the earth, from whom all fatherhood in the heavens and the earth is named. We need to carry the family name of Yahuah Elohim, and we do that by speaking and following everything that he breathed. Yahuwah's name has never changed. It has always been about the seed that he breathed into the earth, the sound of what he breathed and the works that are behind it and the bringing forth of his light. His name is his name, his character, and his authority. It's all wrapped up into one. His name is one. You can find that in Zephaniah, I believe. It was in the last video we did, which I would encourage everyone to go watch. The enemy doesn't care what you call him, so long as he can get you to submit to sin and not submit to Yah. Because if we fully submit to what he's breathed, by default, we've resisted the enemy. As long as he can get you to sin through use of it, even using it. There's a thought. Many anti-messiahs have already come in the name of the very first anti-messiah that attempted to be Elohim, wants to be Elohim, wants you to be Elohim, wants us to feed any part of our flesh that he can get us to feed and walk in sin. He doesn't care how it gets done. He just wants it done. Because how long have we heard he wants to take as many down with him as he can? Well, of course he does. So I'm going to move on to the next part. Just want everyone to realize that it's all wrapped up together and that we are marked on the forehead, the place that stores the memories and remembrances of the seed that's been planted in our heart. It all works together. We're going to look at this word calculate. Now we're going to get into the number, calculating the number of the beast. And I'm going to say something probably different than most people have ever said. At least that I could find. And my hope is that even though we're going to come out of the scriptures a little bit and look at the world around us, as soon as we get through that part, we're going to go back into the scriptures and we're going to see what's required of us and the plan that was laid out and where our minds should be set. Because he can't get to the seed that's hid in your heart. If you're following the seed that's hid in your heart, if you're nurturing the seed that's hid in your heart, Yahuah is going to mark the foreheads of those whose deepest desire is intimacy with him. Okay, so we're going to look at verse 18 now. Here is the wisdom. He who has understanding, let him calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man, of men. And his number is, they have 666. Again, we have our footnote. Some ancient manuscripts have 616 instead of 666. So we're going to look at this word calculate, and we need to get a good picture on what this looks like. Strong's G 5585 from 5586. To use pebbles in enumeration, that is, genitive case, to compute. Let me get a drink of this coffee. Comes from Strong's G 5586, from the same as G 5584. A pebble, as worn smooth by handling, that is, by implication of use as a counter or a ballot, a verdict of acquittal or a ticket of admission, a vote. 5584 from the base of 5567, compare 5586. So all these words are running together. They just got whatever they want, wherever they want, because they're Greek. From the base of 5567, compare 5586 to manipulate, that is, verify by contact, figuratively to search for. So looking at the 5585, which is the word that we have there, it gets used twice in the New Testament, I can't remember, to use pebbles. So if you trace this 5585 back, you get in the Apostolic Bible Polyglot, it traces to a different form of the word at a point 1, 5585.1. We see it in Esther, meaning pure, could be to Purim, goes back to pure. Meaning of pure goes to the Peresh as a bull on the threshing floor. The context of the two passages, and only two passages that it goes to, and it's not a direct trace. And Esther talks about casting lots. Now, I don't deny there's some divinatory line practice going on in the number that we're going to look at. And this paints a very interesting picture on a few levels, on several levels, actually. It is not a direct trace in the Greek to the 5585 form of the word. So I want to look at not only what do we see in the Hebrew New Testament for this word, but when we go to the word from which the 5585 comes, which is what the 5584 lines up with, which means to manipulate, I think there we find the correct word that we're looking for in the Hebrew. I know we find the correct word there. Let me rephrase that. So in the Hebrew New Testament, we can see there in the middle of the screen, I've got them highlighted in that yellow color. It's a yod, a het, a shin, and a beit. If you go into the website baitamashiyach.com, it's got colored scriptures there. Great website. If you are having an issue finding something and you can't find it using the Greek concordance to the Septuagint or the Apostolic Bible Polyglot, it's a good resource to help you track something and it being able then to compare your words to a Hebrew New Testament. We see it's the same thing. It's a yod, a het, a shin, and a beit, spelled out Yahasheb. Okay, so the 5586 we trace back, goes back to Ecclesiastes 7:25. We can see it there in the middle. And at the very bottom there, we see that it goes to the word reason of things. It's the word reasons. It goes to the Hebrew H2808. 2808 is Heshbon, from H2803. We're looking at the same root line. Properly, contrivance. By implication, intelligence. So properly, it's a contrivance. That was an interesting definition. The act of inventing, devising, or planning. The enemy's inventing things, devising evil, dysfunction, and planning to take us all with him. Yet Yah has a plan for us. The thing invented or planned, a scheme, a plan, a disposition of parts or causes by design. Designing something to take us all down. It's a plot. It's a scheme. And he's good at it. And we do it to ourselves. Because again, all he really has to do is go. And we open the door. And off we go running. It's our own flesh and the desire of our own flesh that causes us to go running at that direction. And it gives birth to something and then death. James chapter 1. I know I didn't quote that perfectly. So here's the 2808 in the Strongs from which it comes. Oh, wait. That was incorrect. I just put the definition up there again. I guess I thought I put the 2803 up. In the Ancient Hebrew Lexicon, we see it down there at the 2213J. See, it's in yellow. Invention. A designed device. Oh, doggy. He's designing something. He's been designing to be Elohim for a long time. Up at the V line up here. Let's see if I can get my mouse over there. It wants to play games with me today, I guess. Up at the V line, we see the 2803 from which it comes. There we go. To plan or design a course of action, item, or invention. He's on top of it all. And he's using every person's flesh that he can. We see at the 2213 root, The action is design, the abstract is invention. The process of designing a pattern or plan for an action or device. Interestingly enough, Benner has this word coming from shin bet, which is shub, the turning over of thoughts. So he has. We know that's where we get our word repentance. We know it means to be pressed back to the tent. We know it, you could be in captivity and go either way. So we see this counting is calculating the number of the beast. We're looking at the design, and there's not some numerical calculation in it, because we're calculating a number. Okay, or we're seeing what he's doing to calculate. We have no business doing what he's doing. We have no business. But he's doing it. And so that's why his number is what his number is. Okay. So I want to go read this in Ecclesiastes. Kind of wondering what slide we're on. 20, okay. Let's turn to Ecclesiastes 7. Verses 24 to 29. That which is far off and exceedingly deep. Let me start that again. Let's go to verse 23 if you got your scriptures open. All this I have proved by wisdom. I said I am wise, but it was far from me. Where in the world is wisdom today? That which is far off and exceedingly deep. Who does find it? We need to beseech him for wisdom, and with all our wisdom, get understanding. I have turned round even my heart to know and to search and to seek out wisdom and a conclusion, a reason, a design, a pattern, to know the wrongness of folly, even the foolishness of madness. What are we looking to understand? Wrongness and folly, foolishness and madness? And I found more bitter than death the woman whose heart is snares and nets. Boy, that sounds like a whore. Whose hands are shackles. She'd be glad to just put you in prison with her. He who pleases Elohim escapes from her, but the sinner is captured by her. Are we out to please Elohim in the family of Elohim, carrying the name of Yahuah Elohim, following the house rules of Elohim, being pressed back to that tent so we can escape from her? See, this I have found, says Koleth, counting one by one to find a conclusion. What are we searching for? Which my being still seeks, but I have not found. I have found one man among 1,000, but a woman among all these I have not found. It says in Scripture he had 700 wives and 300 concubines, and we know he led them on a whore path, and they were worshiping all different kinds of mighty ones. It didn't matter what name it was. The name and the activity and what was going on behind that could not lead him to the design and the plan that Yahuah Elohim had for him, to follow the commands. Truly, this only have I found. Truly, this only I have found, that Elohim made man straight, but they have sought out many devices, many plans, a pattern for this and a pattern for that and a design for this and a design for that. Is it designed after what he's designed? Is that whose name, authority, character we're falling under? Or is there a different pattern and design that the enemy is bringing forth that he would love for us to follow, to lead us straight into the lake of fire? He leads all the world, all the earth astray, except for those that are elect, because they are warriors, and that is not possible. And they can see and have understanding and wisdom to see this is the design of Elohim, and this is the design of the enemy. And it's going to take out the whole earth, the whole world. So, Yahuah has plans. He has a design. For I know the plans, the design, the course of action, the direction I want you to take, that I am planning, the design, the direction, the course of action I want you to take for you, declares Yahuah. Plans of peace, shalom, being mastered by the shalom, Colossians 3:15, being mastered by the shalom of him who purchased you with a price. Plans for you to subtract the things that would cause you to walk in dysfunction, evil, and give you a future and an expectancy, and to add those things which are pure and righteous and holy and lovely. Plans of shalom, plans of peace. He's got a design. He's breathed it out. It's everything from the El to the Taw that would cause the likeness of the seed to continue. In the middle, it's the truth. The other side is the father of lies. So, we're looking at the design, the pattern, the calculating of a number. He's got a number. He's got a plan. There's a picture of it all throughout the Old Testament. We see the difference between falsehood and lying and truth, divination and truth. They counter each other constantly. They are diabolically opposed because no lie is of the truth, no matter what we call it. All right, so we're going to look at this word number. And then we'll have some, we'll have some good background on this. Strong's G706, arithmos, a number as reckoned up from 705 to enumerate or to count. So we've definitely got some counting going on here. Job 36:26, we see our number 706 goes to, in the Hebrew, the Hebrew H4. My mouse wants to misbehave. The Hebrew number 4557. Job 38:21, we see the number 706. Again, it goes to the Hebrew number 4557. We see here that at 36:26, they're counting the number of his years. The number of his years. At 38:21 is the number of thy days. At 1 Chronicles 23:24, we see again got these backwards, I guess. At the bottom, we see our 706, and at the top, we see these were the sons of Levi after the house of their fathers. And they were counted by the number of names and by their polls. Counted by the number of their names, and they fell into the family. Whether they chose to continue on in that or keep calling the name and doing something different with it, we addressed that. So this word number goes back to in Jeff Benner's Ancient Hebrew Lexicon, 2500H. Number, a counting as a recording. We see at the three-letter root, a sin, a pay, and a resh. The action is record, sefer. The concrete is scroll. A recording of a story or numbers comes from the sin pay, from the recording or speaking of a record. The sin pay is where we get our language. It's where we get our pure language mentioned in Zephaniah that we shall return to. The pure language is everything that was recorded in the Sefer to begin with. Have we lost some of that? Well, yes, we have. So we're not looking at just accounting here, but accounting as a recording. So we have a story, a recording of a story, or a recording of numbers, and or. Both are in there. I want to point that out. So now we're going to look at, there's not much more to say about the word number. The word number is number. It comes from a place that could be a recording of a story. We've got both things going on there. Now we're going to look at this Papyrus 115. So we saw that it said that an ancient text contains 616, and there was another one there's others that contain 666. From Wikipedia, it says an interesting element of Papyrus 115 is that it gives the number of the beast in Revelation 13:18 as 616, Chi Iota Sigma, rather than the majority reading of 666, Chi Xi and Sigma, as does the Codex Ephraemi Rescriptus. It's from Wikipedia. So in this book, Against Heresies, Book 5, Chapter 30 by Irenaeus, said that he's the one that comes against this. He says, no, it wasn't. Of course, he's, I can't remember the years of his, we're not there yet. Okay. I can't remember the years that he lived. It was after Messiah. It was said that he was under Polycarp or knew Polycarp, and it was said Polycarp was trained by John. There were some good things about Irenaeus, and there was not some good things that Irenaeus wrote, some that we might agree with today and some that we wouldn't agree with today. So I'm going to read some from Book 5, Chapter 30. This is not Book 5, Chapter 30 in its entirety. You can find that online. I've just really picked out pieces that I couldn't read it all. I picked out pieces that I thought would be good. Although certain as to the number of the name of the anti-Messiah, yet we should come to no rash conclusions as to the name itself, because this number is capable of being fitted to many names. Well, isn't that amazing? Reasons for this point being reserved by the Ruach HaKodesh, anti-Messiah's reign and death. Okay, here's the first section. Such then being the state of the case, that this number being found in all the most approved and ancient copies of the Apocalypse. So he says. So that's what we have. So maybe it was supposed to be there, maybe it wasn't. Yeah, I'm saying some stuff ahead of time. And those men who saw John face to face bearing their testimony to it. While reason also leads us to conclude that the number of the name of the beast, if reckoned according to the Greek mode of calculation, by the value of the letters contained in it, will amount to 666. That is, the number of tens shall be equal to that of the hundreds, and the number, excuse me, and the number of hundreds equal to that of the units. For that number, which expresses the digit 6 being adhered to throughout, indicates the recapitulations of that apostasy. Okay. The number of tens shall be equal to that of the hundreds, and the number of the hundreds equal to that of the units. Really? Okay. Let me show you which line I'm on, because now I even lost my place. Let's go back here. For that number, which expresses the digit 6 being adhered to throughout, indicates the recapitulations of that apostasy, taken in its full extent, which occurred at the beginning during the intermediate periods, and which shall take place at the end. It's taking place at the end. The whole point here that I see is this is an end time prophecy. This hasn't been going on in some respect all throughout time. It's been going on since the garden, since before the garden, since the first lie. I do not know how it is that some have erred in following the ordinary mode of speech. Well, we won't talk about speech. And have vitiated the middle number in the name, deducing the amount of 50 from it, so that instead of 6 decades, they will have it that there is but one. This is in brackets. I am inclined to think that this occurred through the fault of the copyist, as is wont to happen, since numbers are also expressed by letters. So that the Greek letter, which expresses the number 60, was easily expanded into the letter iota of the Greek. And we'll take a look at that. Others then received this reading without examination, because there were no Bereans. Really. Some in their simplicity and upon their own responsibility, making use of this number expressing 1 decade, while some in their inexperience have ventured to seek out a name which should contain the erroneous and spurious number. Now, as regards to those who have done this in simplicity, sought out a number related to the name, and without evil intent, we are at liberty to assume that pardon will be granted them by Elohim. I guess I missed crossing that one out. So you can tell lies unintentionally, you're going to get a pardon. To some extent, but not. But as for those who, for the sake of vainglory, lay it down for certain names containing the spurious number are to be accepted, and affirm that this name, hit upon by themselves, is that of him who is to come, such persons shall not come forth without loss, because they have led into error both themselves and those who confided into them. Well, that's a mouthful. Just leave it at that. Now, in the first place, it is loss to wander from the truth, and to imagine that as being the case which is not. Then again, as there shall be no light punishment inflicted upon him who either adds or subtracts anything from the Scripture. Revelation 22:19. I don't see anywhere in the Scripture where they added somebody's name up as a number. I could be wrong, but I don't see it. So-and-so's name equals this number, therefore this. I don't see it. Under that, such a person must necessarily fall. Moreover, another danger. So, not supposed to be adding it. Moreover, another danger, by no means trifling, shall overtake those who falsely presume that they know the name of the anti-Messiah. It's because his name morphs. Might there be one guy one day that's standing up there? Okay. The anti-Messiah is the lead anti-Messiah, and everything else falls under him. And his name continually morphs. For if these men assume one number, when this anti-Messiah shall come having another, they will be easily led away by him, as supposing him not to be the expected one, who must be guarded against. Anyone that is teaching against the truth and the works that come behind that truth, everything that he breathed from the El to the Ta is an anti-Messiah spirit. There are many anti-Messiahs that have come. Again, might there be one day that stands up there? There could be. but we're not counting his name to his number. These men, therefore, ought to learn what is really the state of the case and go back to the true number of the name, that they not be reckoned among false prophets. But know the sure number declared by Scripture, that is 666, let them await. In the first place, the division of the kingdom into 10. Then, in the next place, when these kings are reigning and beginning to set their affairs in order and advance their kingdom, let them learn to acknowledge that he who shall come claiming the kingdom for himself. Okay, we are not going to wait to watch for one guy. We need to be following everything that he has breathed since the very beginning. We don't need to worry about putting a name on anybody and counting his number. This is not about that. And we're going to see that. This is about the whole conglomerate of the mark, the name, the number, breathing out lies or breathing out truth. What's been hid in your heart, not being able to be changed in your mind. Because he can't get to the seed that's in your heart unless he can change your mind. Because he can only quench that seed by changing your mind. You have to agree to that at some point. Okay. Let's see, we're right here. And shall terrify those men of whom we have been speaking. Having a name containing the aforesaid number is truly the abomination of desolation. I would agree with that, but not probably from the same premise. This too the apostle affirms, when they shall say peace and safety, and sudden destruction shall come upon them. That is correct. We are to be walking in the shalom of Yahuah Elohim, being mastered by that and clinging to him. It is therefore more certain and less hazardous to await the fulfillment of the prophecy than to be making surmises and casting about for any names that may present themselves, inasmuch as many names can be found possessing the number mentioned, correct, or the character, or the breath, or the lie, or the mark, or the activity, or the speech, and the same question will, after all, remain unsolved. For if there are many names found possessing this number, it will be asked, which among them shall the coming man bear? He's going to bear an ecumenical name. All of them. It is many names of blasphemy. It is not through a want of names containing the number of that name that I say this, but on account of the fear of Elohim and zeal for the truth. Okay, now, we're not supposed to put any names or numbers to this. He just got done telling us, don't say it's anybody. Yet, here he goes. For the name Evanthus contains the required number, but I make no allegation regarding it. Well, then why are we saying it? Then also, Latinos has the number 666, and it is very probable, this being the name of the last kingdom of the foreseen by Daniel. For the Latins are they who at present bear rule. I will not, however, make any boast over this coincidence. Teatin, too. Teatin, the first syllable being written with two Greek vowels, epsilon and iota, I believe, among, that's not iota, that's epsilon. Well, we can't have that. I got to know what that says. Epsilon and iota. Among all the names which are found among us, is rather worthy of credit. For it has in itself the predicted number, as is composed of 6 letters, each syllable containing 3 letters, and the word itself is ancient, and removed from ordinary use. For among our kings we find none bearing this name Titan, that's what they're saying it is. We got plenty of Titans running around all over the comic books today, don't we? Nor have any of the idols which are worshipped in public among the Greeks and barbarians this appellation. Among many persons, too, this name is accounted divine, so that even the sun is termed Titan by those who now possess the rule. This word too contains a certain outward appearance of vengeance and of one inflicting merited punishment, because he, the anti-Messiah, pretends that he vindicates the oppressed. Oh, peace and safety, it's benevolent. The whole move is about benevolency and acceptance of everything and everyone in every way. It is so benevolent, and a lot of people can't see the malevolent indications of where it's coming from. Because if it starts out as malevolent, even though it takes benevolency on the surface, it's malevolent in its nature. And besides this, it is an ancient name, one worthy of credit, of royal dignity, and still further a name belonging to a tyrant. Well, isn't that interesting? Didn't see that before. Inasmuch, then, as this name Titan has so much to recommend it, there is a strong degree of probability that from among the many names suggested we infer, and perchance he who is to come shall be called Titan. Wow. We will not, however, incur the risk of pronouncing positively as to the name of the anti-Messiah. For if it were necessary that his name should be distinctly revealed in this present time, it would have been announced by him who beheld the apocalyptic vision, because there isn't just one name. For that was seen no very long time since, but almost in our day, towards the end of Domitian's reign. Okay, so he does say that all the other books say that, but yet we have copy that doesn't, and he doesn't know why, and we're going to see some reasons why people think what they think, why the difference is here in a minute. Don't do it, but yet I'm going to do it. Paragraph 4. But he indicates the number of the name now, that when this man comes, we may avoid him. We need to avoid what's coming under the authority and the character and the breathing out of lies it's here. It's not just on its way. It's here. Being aware who he is. The name, however, is suppressed because it is not worthy of being proclaimed by the Ruach HaKodesh. I might kind of agree with that. For if it had been declared by him, he, the anti-Messiah, might perhaps continue for a long period. Okay, because it's a system. I don't care if you call him the devil or Satan or, we got all these things going on about, it's a conglomeration. I'll leave it at that. All right, so that's what this one who had come against the reading being the 616. This is the oldest copy of, some disagreement that we have, saying that the majority of copies say this, but yet we have one over here that says 616. There's another, I can't remember what they call it now. An exactant, maybe? Maybe we'll come upon it. Here's the Greek numerals. Here's the picture of the 616 right here. Sit at the top. 616. Here we got at the bottom 666. This here looks nothing like that there. They just didn't expand it into a 6 or subtract it into there because some copyist had an error. That's a pretty big copyist error. Could it have happened? I wasn't there. I'm sure other bigger shenanigans has happened. Those don't even look alike. I think we've been hornswoggled. I think we've been sold a bill of goods. So here we've got some commentary. It looks like a textual commentary from Bruce Metzger, it looks like. Instead of, I don't know what that Greek word is. I should have looked it up ahead of time. Which is strongly supported by P47. That's probably 666. But I can't say that for sure. All exacted minuscules, and it's got different versions there. It looks like Syriac, Coptic, maybe Armenian, maybe I don't have all those abbreviations right, is read by some manuscripts known to Irenaeus, who, however, says that 666 is found in all good and ancient copies, and is attested. And this Irenaeus that we just read that says, don't do this, but do this, but do this, but don't do that, but the Holy Spirit would have said, and is attested by those who had themselves seen John face to face. Speaking of Polycarp. Tischendorf's 8th edition, the numeral 616, was also read by 2 minuscule manuscripts, which unfortunately are no longer extant. Numbers 5 and 11. C.R. Gregory in that book. When Greek letters are used as numerals, the difference between 666 and 616 is merely a change from the one letter to the other letter. Perhaps the change was intentional, seeing that the Greek form of Neron Caesar written in the Hebrew characters is equivalent to 666, whereas the Latin form Nero Caesar is equivalent to 616. So they're all thinking this has to do with Caesar, this change. Or this is what this guy's saying. I'm not saying everybody else says that. Oh, why would that be? All right, let's pull up we're going to read from this guy's blog. It's at the top of the screen here, and I'm just going to read some of it. You can go there. I'm not going to pull it up on the screen. Go ahead and pause this. Go to it. Oh, no, I wasn't going to do that. All right, you get back up there. All right, let me find his blog here. And this was a question that was presented to this Bart Ehrman. This is his blog. I don't know anything about Bart Ehrman, so just want to give some background information. All right. I have received a number of queries about my post concerning the recently discovered papyrus P115, which indicates the number of the beast, the anti-Messiah, in Revelation 13 was 616 rather than 666. Some of them I addressed in my post yesterday, but some readers have inquired about something slightly different. How do discoveries like this affect our translations of the New Testament? Here's one of those questions in my response. I thought the NIV Bible kept up to date with newer papyrus discoveries, yet it too shows 666 and not 616 for Revelation 13:18. Why might that be? And his response is this. Good question. When I indicated that the reading 616 is now found in early manuscript, I did not mean to say that therefore it is more likely to be the reading of that author originally wrote. That is a different question. As is true for a lot of verses in the New Testament, different manuscripts have wordings for this verse. There are 5 different forms of the text known for the number of the beast. 5 different text notes. 3 of them are simply different ways of writing 666 in the Greek. One of them is 665 in the 11th century, and the other is the aforementioned 616. Textual scholars who deal with this kind of situation where different manuscripts read different things are interested both in the question of what the author more likely would have written and why someone might have changed the text. On the latter question, the vast, and he says vast, majority of scribal changes are completely inconsequential and usually just accidental. For example, misspelled words, slips of the pen, or other sloppy mistakes. Of the only meaningful and significant variations in this case is the choice is really between the 666 and 616. That would have been a pretty sloppy mistake to go from the the 16, the 10 to the 60. As we saw, they're not even close in how they're written. The alteration, whichever of the two numbers represents the scribal change, whichever of the two numbers represents the scribal change, is meaningful because of what I discussed in a previous post that he had. It has long been thought by scholars of the apocalypse that the anti-Messiah figure being discussed is the Emperor Nero coming back from the dead. Okay. All right. That might even be enough said right there. There was an ancient Christian tradition found, for example, in those fascinating books called the Sibylline Oracles, that Nero, the first emperor to persecute Christians in a horrible way, would come back to life and wreak havoc on the earth at the end of time, which was believed to be near. I'd say we're closer to near time now than we ever were. It is striking, as I indicated in that post, that if you spell Caesar Nero in Hebrew letters, the letters add up to 666. But there is an optional end at the end of this name, and if you take away the end, the letters add up to 616. So which did the author write? Do we really think that Nero is coming back to life? What are these people thinking? Did he carry spirit of anti-Messiah? Sure. Sure, many have. Many anti-Messiahs have come. So which did the author write? So far as I know, there is not a huge debate about this among textual specialists. Yeah, help us. Of all the manuscripts of Revelation, only 2 of them read 616. The recently discovered papyrus and manuscript, and he's got of the 5th century. All the others read 666, except for that weird 11th century manuscript, and even that manuscript suggests that the scribe who made the mistake was copying a manuscript that said 666, since he more likely accidentally changed just one letter, the final 6, than rather 2 letters. The second letter and the third, both of them 6s. 666 is not only most widely attested by a large margin, it is the reading in our very oldest manuscript of Revelation P47 from the 3rd century, older than the newly discovered P15. Moreover, there is a kind of symbolism in 666, because we need that, than in 616. Now, I agree the whole entire scriptures is about pictures, and it's all a picture. I get it. As you probably know, the number 7 is seen in the Bible as the perfect number and the number of Elohim. This is based on the ancient appreciation of the number. There are 7 planets, 7 heavens, 7 days of the week, and so on. And so this is what he's basing. This is why it's 666. Accumulation of inferior, imperfect, and sinful humanity. Okay, well, that may be true, but that doesn't make it 666. So I want to look what it said that he's quoted, said in this verse up here. It is not only most widely attested to by a large margin. Well, that's because we have manuscripts coming from certain manuscripts that then were brought forward. It is the reading in our very oldest manuscript of Revelation, P47 from the 3rd century. So here on the screen, we can see our P47. This is taken from csntm.org. P47, we have it. We have it dated to the 3rd century. And the P15 we also have dated to the 3rd or 4th century. One is not necessarily older than the other. They're both falling in the 3rd century. 3rd or 4th century. They don't know. They don't know if it was older. So I want to go look at, I'll pull this one up, the Wikipedia dates. Here we have, just in Wikipedia, Papyrus 47. That's what it looks like. We have it in the 3rd century. You can see down here. Then we have another type of writing, another type of manuscript represented in Papyrus 115. That's the one we're speaking of, right here. Now, this is just Wikipedia, I understand. But they have a date of 275, which puts it in the 3rd century. So I don't think we are finding that one is necessarily older than the other. We're running in the same vein. And even if it were just a little bit older, it's not that much older. One or the other is not that much older. We're not talking about even 100 years, 500 years. We're talking about running in the same century, probably right at about the same time. All right. So, here is the wisdom. He who has understanding, let him calculate, let him see the design, let him see the pattern, let him look at the way that this number is laid out. Do we have wisdom and understanding of what the enemy is breathing out and doing in the world around us? It's the thing he's been doing since the very beginning of time. Did he have these, what we have today as quote-unquote technological advances and the ways to run things and this kind of thing? I don't believe so. Some will argue that point. They had these different things back in time. I'm not here to argue that. He's been doing the same thing since the very beginning of time. He's taking what he knows about a person, what he knows about how the human flesh will react. He randomly throws stuff out there based on combinatorial optimization. That is what they do in geomancy. They calculate what they think is going to work the best. It's kind of like what Amazon and Alibaba do. They calculate what they think is going to do the best. And he does that to get you to sin. Amazon and Alibaba do it to get you to buy something. The television commercial gets you to do it to get you to react to a political stance, please. To get you to buy something, to get you to move you in a different direction. So we've seen this since the beginning of time. First, it was one-on-one with Eve. Then it was constantly on down the road. This thought would be planted to feed our flesh. Is it the enemy's fault? Well, no, it's not. We get to make a choice. But we need to be so familiar with the truth and have the love for Yah deep down in our hearts that when that counterfeit looms on the horizon, we recognize it immediately. So, we're going to take this 616 because that's what it is. And we're going to separate, because it's the number of beast doesn't mean it's the number of a man. And I think that's where people have been stuck for a long time. When we've put a number and tried to use gematria to add it up and give him a name. It's many names of blasphemy. It's a whole system. It's based on lies, divination, and geomancy. This is where we're at today. We're at the end. We are at the end of all things. We're at near time. We are certainly at near time. 616. So we're going to separate the 600 from the 16. Because they go together, but they don't go together. It's a calculation, a recording of a story. It's what they're doing. It's all wrapped, it's what he's doing through humans. Okay, he's went, and many have opened the door to do his bidding. All right? I think we're going to see a very, very accurate picture of what is happening now, and on a scale, what's happened in the past. So we're going to start at the number 16. And we're going to take a 5-minute break. I'm going to get some fresh coffee. And then we will continue on. Okay. So now let's look at the 16 portion of this number that we should be able to see now that we are at the place in time where we're at the place in time, because many anti-messiahs have come and they've all used geomantic lies and divination. Divination, geomancy, is a lie on a whole nother scale. But it's been a lie since the very beginning. It's always been about a lie and the father of the lies and how he's incorporating that lie into the time to get control of the entire world, except those who it is impossible because they are the elect, because that's not possible because they're warriors. It's always been about this. And here's where we're at today. And geomancy goes back a long time. Lying and quote-unquote divination goes back to the garden, because that's what he did to Eve. We're going to go to this first website here. I'll pull it up. It's just Wikipedia. And start there as a jumping off point. "16. The 16 geomantic figures are the primary symbols used in divinatory geomancy. It interprets patterns. They've used it as soil, rock, sand. Okay. It's a randomized process. All right. Each geomantic, and that's kind of how it's run through time. It's a lie. Just putting together a pattern, combinatorially optimizing it, trying to get you to sin. The 16 geomantic, The 16 geomantic figures are the primary symbols used in divinatory geomancy. Each geomantic figure represents a certain formed state of the world or the mind. We better be striving for the name of Yahuah, to be one of those that are elect, that are warriors for Elohim, that his name might be written on our forehead. It can be interpreted in various ways upon the query put forth and the method used to generate the figures. When geomancy was introduced to Europe in the Middle Ages, the figures acquired astrological meanings and new forms of interpretation. Constellations. The figures bear superficial resemblance to the Bagua and the 8 trigrams used in the I Ching, a Chinese classic text, none of which we need to go look at. It's not necessary. We just need to know this is here. We need not to delve into the practicing of a mantic art or the mantic arts or any form of lies. Now we know it's here. Okay, next is, let's see what that says. We're going to look at 65,000. Oh, I wonder how that happened. 536. Oh, no, we're not. Isn't that interesting? Is that on there? All right. Looks like I missed something. That's okay. We're going to pull it up. I'm going to read the definition of geomancy from a group called the Geomancy Group. And you can go there at geomancygroup.org. That's the page I'm going to be on. What is geomancy? Geomancy literally means divining the earth. It is an art that analyzes the subtle earth energies that ebb and flow throughout the landscape, influencing health and wealth, home, garden, and office alike. Geomancy works harmoniously with these energies to enhance our relationship with spirit and place. Every culture has ancient geomantic traditions, all the way back to the garden. The Chinese tradition is Feng Shui. Like Feng Shui, geomancy can tell you what's wrong with the energies in your home or workplace and how to correct them. Am I sounding benevolent? In addition, Western geomancy utilizes dowsing and earth acupuncture technique to deal with geopathic stress and balance the subtle earth energies. Many of our practitioners also use scientific instruments to assess electromagnetic and microwave pollution or technopathic stress. An increasing problem for many people in our technologically advanced and gadget obsessed society. That's all we need to read. The rest is just not necessary, I guess, in the moment. So what we saw there, or what we heard there, my apologies, is that it analyzes the subtle energies and the ebb and flow throughout the landscape. It is used by many practitioners, which we are not practitioners of, to assess electromagnetic and microwave pollution, an increasing problem for people in our technologically advanced and gadget-based society. This is what is going on, is geomancy and the ebb and flow of the wave as best that it can be, because well, I'm not there yet, so let's not go there. That's what geomancy is. That's what the geomancy group says that geomancy is. Okay? So, I want to take a look at how they're bringing all this together. Now, we got two pieces there, like, well, okay, so what? All right, so let's see how this is coming together in our day, in our age. Because even though there have been many anti-messiahs throughout time, and it's all been about one big lie. And it's all been about getting us to do what he wants us to do, feeding our flesh. And we open the door and off we go. We're at a whole nother place in time today. We're not someplace we've ever been before. We're seeing things now like we've never seen. Okay. Next, we're going to look at, looks like we've got everything pretty well lined up there for next. 65,536 is the natural number following 65,535 and preceding 65,537. Well, why in the world are we looking at that? Because when you go back and you look at this geomantic table, 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2, 16 times. In arrangement, however you choose to arrange your, they call them zeros and ones. Some people call them binary. We're gonna say they're dimers even in the brain. 65,536 is every combination of 2 you can get out of that 16. 2 to the 16th power. I just Googled this. 65,536 tubulin dimers inside the brain. They're using a geomantic pattern. 65,536 tubulin dimers. That's got to do with Beethoven's overture. Isn't that interesting? 65,536 tubulin dimers. Human microtubule in the brain with 65,536 tubulin dimers. They're after our brain. They want to mark us. He has created, it might be on the slide. He has created GMO plants, GMO food, GMO air, GMO water, GMO weather. How's he going to create GMO man? The enemy has to have control. And he wants to get us under his name, under his family, under his authority, worshiping the image of the beast. We're going to have to connect ourselves to that. We're going to have to say, yeah, let's go. But the system is built. The system is out here. It's all a geomantic divinatory lie to lay out the human brain, the brain of man. 65,536 tubulin dimers inside the brain, which in turn what? Come down, the thought comes down the axiom. We have our synapses to the next one. So after the synapses, but if they don't have something that replicates the brain, they can't get to the synapses. Are they ever going to have it in perfection? Of course not. They're not Yah. They're never going to get to that, what's behind that light, what's behind that synapses. So they have to do it artificially. Artificial food, artificial weather, artificial plants, artificial. Everything is artificial because it's not of Yah. Why? Because we live in a sinful, fallen world and the end of time has to come. Okay, so now we're going to read I don't know what that article is. We better go find out. BBC News, technology. All right. Okay, so that article that's on the screen there, I'm going to go read it to you. It was August 18th of 2011. They've been at this for a long time. Longer than that, actually. Much longer than that. Well, he's been at it since the beginning of time. Let me say that. You can go to that link there and you can read along. I don't know if I think I'm going to read all the article. IBM has developed a microprocessor which it claims comes closer than ever to replicating the human brain. The system is capable of rewiring its connections as it encounters new information, similar to the way biological synapses work. Researchers believe that by replicating that feature, the technology could start to learn. Cognitive computers may eventually be used for understanding human behavior as well as environmental monitoring. Oh, that sounds benevolent. It is not. Dharmendra Modha, IBM's project leader, explained that they were trying to recreate aspects of the mind such as emotion, perception, emotion, sensation, cognition by reverse engineering the brain. The Synapse system uses two prototype neurosynaptic computing chips. Both have 256 computational cores, which scientists describe as the electronic equivalent of neurons. Inside your neurons, inside your brain, are microtubules which contain 65,536 tubulin dimers. They are pairs. They might be using a new, quote-unquote, new age way of getting to this, but this is where they're headed. One chip has 262,144 programmable synapses, while the other contains 65,536 learning synapses. They're going to base it on geomantic scale. That's where it's headed to read the synapses. In humans and animals, synaptic connections between brain cells physically connect themselves depending on our experience of the world. The process of learning is essentially the forming and strengthening of connections. A machine cannot solder or desolder its electrical tracks. However, it can stimulate such a system by turning up the volume on important input signals and paying less attention to others. There would be a pulse right there. We're going to talk about that, a pulse. IBM has not released exact details of how its synapse processor works, but Dr. Richard Cooper, a reader in cognitive science at Birkbeck University of London, said that it likely replicated physical connections using a virtual machine. Get them virtual goggles off your face. Do not use Facebooks. Let me read your thoughts so I can write down what I want on Facebook. Instead of stronger and weaker links, such a system would simply remember how much attention to pay to each signal and alter that depending on new experiences. They're going to give us a new experience. It's going to be through the pulses that are coming through the EMF. It's going to be according to geomantic practices. Part of the trick is learning the algorithm. How should you turn those volumes up and down, said Dr. Cooper. They've already got a grasp on that. Is it ever going to be Yah? Of course not. There is a whole bunch of tasks that can be done just with a relatively simple system like that, such as associative memory. When we see a cat, we might think of a mouse. Now you might see a cat and think of an octopus. I don't know what they're going to put in there. I don't know. It's just the fact that it's going to change. Everything has changed. Some future gazers in the cognitive computing world would have speculated that the technology will reach a tipping point where the machine consciousness is possible. He's got no other way to make GMO man. However, Dr. Mark Bishop, professor of cognitive computing at Goldsmiths, was more cautious. I understand cognition to be something over and above a process simulated by the execution of mere computations, and see such claims as verging on the magical, the geomantic, the divinatory, a lie. IBM's work on the Synapses project continues, and the company, along with its academic partners, have just been awarded $21 million by the U.S. Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, also known as DARPA. I believe they're the ones that created the internet. I know it was created at CERN, but they were part of it. Okay, so that's part of what's coming up. This was 2011, and that's what they put out in 2011. As most people that have made it this far in this video already knows, what we see that's put out there, they're way past that, okay? The enemy's looking for a way to lead all the world astray and control them, and look at the image of the beast, and he's using geomantic, divinatory practices to do so. It's all one big fat lie. He is the father of lies and always has been since the beginning. It's just a new level. Well, it's just, I mean, that's even mild. So, on the slide over here, we see 65,536 divided by 16, so you have 1 is 4,096. This is what's next up in D waves, 5,000 it's called. which contains 4,096 cubits. Now, are they using inverse and I don't even remember what it's called now because I don't practice geomancy. I didn't delve too far into how it all works, that's for sure. Does it use part of geomancy that's called, oh, I hope it's in here. No, it doesn't say it here. Maybe it's over here. Will it use such things as inversion of figures, reversion of figures, this line to that line? I don't know. Like I said, I'm not a practicer of that. I have no intention of looking into that any further. It is here. And really this part that I'm showing you now, well, we need to know that the evil is here and what's going on. It shouldn't be our focus. It cannot be our focus. Our focus has to be on Yahuah Elohim. But we need to know this is what's coming without delving too far into it. And he's got a plan. We're going to look at that. Okay. Let's see what the next slide. Oh, good. We're on to another slide. Okay. The structure of the figures, this is, I think, on that geomancy thing on Wikipedia, themselves can be directly translated into binary numbers. Again, some people would say that's New Age. Okay, well, that's what they're doing. You can call it New Age, you can call it binary, you can call it quantum, you can call it whatever you want. It's what they're doing. Into binary numbers, such as those used by modern computers. There you have it. With passive lines representing the numeral 0 or logic low, and active lines representing the numeral 1 or logic high, or the spin that you have on your quantum particle. That's really what that means. The structure is exploited. Hang on. I've got to switch something over here. The structure is exploited in computation of more figures by means of the XOR function used widely in computer science and electrical systems. When two figures are added to form a new figure, where points in the lines of the same elements are summed, divided by 2, and the remainder taken. The logical operation obtains the new figure by determining which lines are different. Well, if that doesn't sound like a model of the universe. The lines that have different numbers of points result in a line with 1 point logic high, the lines with the same number of points without logic low, etc., and so on and so on. One parent represents the past, the other parent represents the future. That's kind of, that's just kind of a base run of how this looks. Don't want to get any deeper than that. Probably didn't really even need to go there. That's good enough on that. So how is the fact that they're building this chip, and mind you, this brain chip that they're building, you've probably seen Elon Musk talk about his Neuralink and all this business, they are not going to come along and put one of these inside everybody. Might the elite have them? Because they will maybe think that they can cause them to overcome death somehow. Yeah, they're gonna want death and they ain't gonna be able to get it. Maybe. But that's not what they're looking to do to society as a whole and in general. Because they're not going to be able to go around and do this to everybody. It's not happening that way. It doesn't need to. There will be a way that will have to be that people will have to be connected at some point. But they're not going to do brain surgery on everybody. They're not going to do all these, it's just those kind of things just are not. I'm not going to talk about it in this video. Oh, yes, I am. Wait till we get there. We'll talk about it when we get there. I think I did include something. All right. So let's go look at the thought connection. Okay. How this is connecting to the thoughts that are coming into our brain, all right? They want us to feed the flesh. Are we going to open the door? Are we going to follow the seed that's been hid in our heart? We're going to go to this first link up there. And there's a reason I'm not putting these on the screen for you. So you'll just have to go to the link and read it with me. This is from iflscience.com. The title is Scientists Develop Brain Decoder That Can Read Your Inner Thoughts. It's dated. It's not dated. It's not quite telepathy, but a group of scientists have successfully eavesdropped on our inner thoughts for the first time. Using a newly designed algorithm, researchers were able to work out what people were saying in their heads based on their brain activity, based on their synapses. The idea behind this is not to give people Charles Xavier style X-Men powers. Well, praise Yah, because we don't want anything to do with any of those comic book characters. But to eventually use such a system to help individuals who can't speak. Oh, there's your benevolent. For example, due to paralysis. Is that a great thing to help somebody with paralysis? Yes. This is not what they have in the background at the highest levels, at the highest echelon. And if they do, it isn't for everybody. It's just for them. It's not for everybody. For example, due to paralysis, communicate with others. This work has been published in Frontiers in Neuroengineering. When someone talks to you, the sound wave they produce switch on a specific set of nerve cells or neurons located in your inner ear. These relay the sensory information to parts of the brain which interpret sounds as words. They cause synapses in the brain. But does speaking out loud and saying words in your head, for example, when reading silently, activate the same neurons in the brain? This is the question that a group of University of California, Berkeley researchers was keen to answer. The whole point is they've been researching this. They have got it, make me say down to a science, but they're getting it down to a science. To find out more, they examined the brain activity of 7 individuals undergoing epilepsy surgery using a technique called electrocortiography, which involves measuring neuronal activity via electrodes placed on the surface of the brain. The team took recordings. Oh, look, they were able to record the brain activity, while the patients either read out loud or performed a silent reading task. Both of these tasks involved the subjects reading short pieces of text that scrolled across a video screen. Yeah, keep doing that. Watch for the pulse. The team also included a control situation in which recordings were taken while the participants weren't doing anything. During the overt reading aloud tasks, the researchers mapped which neurons became activated during aspects of speech and used this to construct a decoder for each participant. After working out which firing patterns corresponded to particular words, what are we listening to? What are we looking at? They set their decoder to work on the participants' brain activity during silent reading. Remarkably, they found it was able to translate words that several of the volunteers were thinking using only their neuronal firing pattern, the synapses between their brain neurons, which contain 65,536 tubulin dimers. The researchers are also using their decoder to predict what music a person is listening to by playing particular songs to the volunteers, and once again looking at the neuronal firing patterns during different aspects of the music. They've been doing this for a long time. Sound is sound, lead author Brian Paisley told New Scientist. It all helps us understand different aspects of how the brain processes it. And then it goes on to talk about other aspects of their research. There's just a couple paragraphs. While the preliminary results are certainly encouraging, the algorithms aren't accurate enough to build a device for patients with medical conditions that are unable to speak. Or tell them where we're at now. This is just what's on the internet. They are therefore now hoping to improve it by looking at brain activity during different pronunciation of words and different speeds of speech. Well, isn't that interesting? What kind of thought is that going to produce? Ultimately, says Paisley, if we understand covert speech well enough, we'll be able to create a medical prosthesis that could help someone who is paralyzed or locked in and can't speak. Very benevolent on the surface. Very benevolent. Hey, let's go to the second article by Popular Mechanics in the Popular Mechanics magazine. This is dated June 27, 2017. Of course, like I said, what we see out on the internet, they're way past that. Scientists can now read your thoughts with a brain scan. Watch out for the pulse. Your innermost thoughts might not be so secret after all, at least if you're thinking them inside an MRI machine. Research at Carnegie Mellon University developed an algorithm that can decode a person's thoughts using data from the brain scan. They're measuring the synapses. Not going to go deep into that. I mean, if you need to look it up, you can. The whole point of this is just to get this information out there. And here at the end, we're going to talk about what we as people of Yahuah Elohim need to do so we don't fall under this lie. The researchers used this algorithm to gain insights into how our brains work and form complex topics. Our thoughts can range from simple to highly complex. A simple thought might just consist of a single concept like store, or a more complex group of concepts like I went to the store last Saturday in the rain. Research shows that the brain breaks down these complex thoughts into smaller pieces, each corresponding to a disparate aspect of thought. Essentially, the brain uses an alphabet of around 42 different elements, each referring to a specific concept like size, color, or location. The brain combines those together to form complex thoughts. Each of the letters in the brain's alphabet is handled by a different part of the brain, so by studying brain activity with an MRI machine, it's possible to determine what a person is thinking about. The researchers developed an algorithm to do exactly that, though they didn't put it to work literally reading minds. Instead, they gave it MRI scans and their corresponding thoughts. And the algorithm would then predict what a completely different thought would look like in the MRI. Hello. Instead, they gave it MRI scans and their corresponding thoughts, and the algorithm would then predict what a completely different thought would look like in the MRI. Remember that. We're going to come to that. In the study, it managed to do this with an 87% accuracy. And while this tech was not used to attempt to read actual minds, it seems likely that it could. Okay. Then it goes on to say, this is classic. Nobody is going to use this tech to secretly read your mind anytime soon. Liar. But neuroscientists should be excited about this glimpse into the inner workings of our own brains. This study goes a long way toward figuring out how we think, which helps to solve one of the many mysteries of our own minds. Then we're going to go on to the last one. It's at www.sciencealert.com. You can go to that link there. And this is dated October 5th, 2019. And the fact that they're putting this out here, that, like if you're this far in the video, you already know, this is way past this level. Scientists implant false memories in birds to teach them songs they've never heard. Scientists have been able to teach birds simple songs they've never heard before. Simple songs they've never heard before by selectively activating specific neurons in their brain, effectively implanting false memories. Using the process of optogenetics, where light is used to control living tissue. There we have a wave, a particle, we have a sound, we have some EMF, we're going to get there, okay? They're controlling this living tissue through optogenetics to implant false memories. Using the process of optogenetics, where light is used to control living tissue, the team was able to activate certain neuron circuits in the birds and get them to memorize new tunes. Oh my goodness. The amount of time the neurons were kept active correspond to the length of the notes in the songs that the birds were learning. That the birds learned. Learning synapses in the brain chip article we read. I think it was the first one. 65,536. Now, I know these are birds. I'm not saying they have that many. We can see the crossover. The study could teach us more not just about birdsong, but also how vocal learning and language development happens in the human brain as well. In zebra finches involved in the experiment usually learn songs from their fathers, or other adult birds. They got them from their family, memorizing the notes and practicing tens of thousands of times to get it right. In this case, new melodies were successfully introduced without any parental input. So the birds were essentially mimicking tunes they'd never heard before. It's like parroting someone. What prompted the research is not a need to create a new songbook for neighborhood birds, but to understand how language is learned. How young birds and perhaps young babies pick up language from their parents. Further down the line, we might one day be able to understand how to fix problems in language development using the same techniques used here. This is the first time we have confirmed, I don't believe it, brain regions, certain regions of the brain that encode behavioral goal memories. Those memories that guide us when we want to initiate anything from speech to learning the piano, said neuroscientist Todd Roberts from the University of Texas Southwestern Medical Center. The findings enabled us to implant these memories into the birds and guide the learning of their song. Not only did they implant them, they guided the learning. Of course, going from bird song to human speech is a big leap, which, we just read some articles that are from years ago that talk about the very thing. So we're not, and again, if they're putting this out here, they're way ahead of this. This is, let's get them used to it. Let's put some stuff out there for a beta test and see how anybody that might read it might react. And as they're reading it, let's run a pulse and see how their synaptic processes are going. Scientists often make use of zebra finches in studies, though, because their vocal development is similar to humans in a lot of ways. A team found that pathways between the NIF, nucleus interfallius, I know I said that wrong, and HVC, high vocal center brain regions, both previously linked to sensory and motor functions, were crucial in both forming the memories of a song and then learning to sing it. We're not teaching the bird everything it needs to know, just the duration of the syllables in its song, says Roberts. The two brain regions we tested in this study represent just one piece of the puzzle. Skipping a couple paragraphs. No, that's it. They're going to talk about how we're more complicated. Well, of course we are. We get that. Okay, so geomantic divinatory practices built on a foundation of the geomantic pattern of the number 16. This is what it's all based on. We're all going to worship the image. We're all going to be connected in the same quote-unquote hive mind, as they call it. Or whomever is not a warrior. The whole world is going to be led astray by this. And they're going to choose it. It's not like they can't do some things now, but we're still given a choice. There will be some things that will play out where we're not given a choice. And Yah willing, we'll go into that in the next 2 videos. Yah willing. But this is where we sit in this arena in the moment. And this is why we have the number 16. This is why we have the number 16. We're not adding somebody's name up to be 666 or 616. It's about a system and control of man through man. It's the number of man. All right. Oh. Okay, so we're going to look at the SWS. What does this look like? Okay. I'm going to pull up the next guy here. Wonder why that one's there. Okay, I guess I want to read this right here first. In physics, electromagnetic radiation, EM radiation, EMFs, Wi-Fi, refers, for understanding's sake, refers to the waves, or their quanta, their photons, of the electromagnetic field propagating, radiating through space, carrying electromagnetic radiant energy. It includes radio waves, microwaves, infrared, visible light, ultraviolet, X-rays, and gamma rays. I just want to leave that there. Okay? It contains them all. And it's all working in a geomantic divinatory system that they're trying to connect with dots and lines. Okay. Next, we're going to look at the sentient world simulation. Okay. You could look it up. You could see there, I had it Googled up here. A bunch of articles on it. You can find the SWA concept paper from Purdue University. That's at one of those links there. It's this one. I've got it right now highlighted on the screen, if you can see it. Purdue University. Synthetic environment for analysis and simulation. Purdue University's Synthetic Environment for Analysis and Simulations, or SEAS, is currently being used by Homeland Security and the U.S. Defense Department to simulate crises on the U.S. mainland. SEAS enables researchers and organizations to try out their models or techniques in a publicly known, realistically detailed environment. Like, let's take our EMF and heat everybody up and send them away. Or put a thought in their head. Or, you know, we were laughing the other day, and it's really not a funny situation, but we just had a laugh that, and it's not funny. Again, it's not funny. What are we, Men in Black now? Or just, and erase goes your memory. But now you can put the EMF, directed energy weapon, however you want to call this. It works in different arenas. And it heats everybody up and it disperses the crowd. That's just a small fragment of an example. Just really is just nothing compared to the big overall picture. Okay? All right. Where was I at here? Let's read that again. Start at the beginning. Purdue University's Synthetic Environment for Analysis and Simulations, or SEAS, is currently being used by Homeland Security and the U.S. Defense Department to simulate crisis on the U.S. mainland. SEAS enables researchers and organizations to try out their models or techniques in a publicly known, realistically detailed environment. They're doing some research on how this is going to all work. It's like a beta test. It is now capable of running real-time simulations for up to 62 nations, including Iraq, Afghanistan, and China. The simulations gobble up breaking news, census data, economic indicators, and climatic events in the real world, along with proprietary information such as military intelligence. The Iraq and Afghanistan computer models are the most highly developed and complex of the 62 available to JFCOM J9. Each has about 5 million individual nodes. More than 5 million. Representing things such as hospitals, mosques, pipelines, and people. Alright, I'll quit being snarky. SEAS was developed to help Fortune 500 companies with strategic planning. Oh my foot, and if it was, that's the most benevolent counterfeit I've seen. Then it was used to help recruiting commanders to strategize ways to improve recruiting potential soldiers. In 2004, SEAS was evaluated for its ability to help stimulate the non-kinetic aspects of combat, things like the diplomatic, economic, political infrastructure, and social issues. It's a one big beast system. Sentient world simulation is the name given to the current vision of making SEAS a continuously running, continually updated mirror model with nodes on there of the real world that can be used to predict and evaluate future events and courses of action. Predict them. Combinatorial optimization. We've seen it run this pattern before. We're pretty sure it's going to run this pattern again. Let's evaluate it. Let's make it turn to what we want it to be. Good grief. You can finish reading that article. Okay, next we're going to look at the register. The UK article. It's the second one there. Pause it, pull it up. All right. It's from June 23rd of 2007. Sentient World, War Games on the Grandest Scale. Perhaps your real life is so rich you don't have time for another. Praise Yah, let's hope our life is so rich in Yahuah Elohim that we don't have time for this, and we recognize that counterfeit as it continues and always has loomed on the horizon, that we would recognize it immediately. Even so, the U.S. Department of Defense may already be creating a copy of you in an alternate reality. It's a node to see how long you can go without food or water, or how you will respond to televised propaganda. Here's the pulse. Here's what we're going to show you. Let's see how it records the synapses in your brain. Okay. The DoD is developing a parallel to planet Earth, an alternate universe. There's your Marvel characters right there. Didn't even see that before. With billions of individual nodes to reflect every man, woman, and child. Thank you, Facebook. This side of the dividing line between reality and AR. Called the Sentient World Simulation, it will be a synthetic mirror of the real world and with automated continuous collaboration with respect to current real world information, according to the concept paper for the project. If it hadn't already started, Anyway. SWS provides an environment for testing psychological operations, PSYOPs. The paper reads, so that military leaders can develop and test multiple courses of action to anticipate. It's kind of like Amazon, kind of like Alibaba. We're going to develop and test multiple courses of action here to anticipate and shape behaviors of adversaries, neutrals, and partners. Doesn't matter if you're an adversary, if you're neutral, or if you're partnered up with them. The enemy wants control. Those right under the enemy want control of you, whichever role you play. Okay. SWS also replicates financial institutions. Beast, blockchain, beast system built out. Utilities. How many got a smart meter? That's all I can come up with that one. Media outlets. That's a no-brainer for most of us. And street corner shops. Street corner shops. By applying theories of economics and human psychology, combinatorial optimization, so you can't buy and sell, blockchain beast system built out. Its developers believe they can predict how individuals and mobs will respond to various stressors. Can't remember what that EMF stressor word we read was. Yank a country's water supply. Yank a country's water supply. Stage a military coup. SWS will tell you what happens next. And in some respect, we understand that. Then we've had some beta tests for that. Come on. The idea is to generate alternative futures with outcomes based on interactions between multiple sides, said Purdue University professor Alok Chaturvedi, co-author of the SWS concept paper. Chaturvedi directs Purdue's Laboratories for Synthetic Environment for Analysis and Simulation, or SEAS, the platform underlying SWS. Chaturvedi also makes a commercial version of SEAS available through his company. SEAS users can visualize the nodes and scenarios in text boxes and graphs, or as icons set against geographical maps. All right, well, that's huge. Corporations can use SEAS to test the market for new products. Amazon, Alibaba, Walmart's late to the party, said Chaturvedi. Simulex lists the pharmaceutical giant Eli Lilly. Okay. And as we know that Google now has is getting all the health records for everybody. Why? Come on. And defense contractor Lockheed Martin among its private sector clients. And some of these people, and I can't tell you if Eli Lilly's one of them or Lockheed Martin off the top of my head, have D-Wave computers. The alphabet agencies have D-Wave computers. If you don't know what I mean by that, you can email me. I'll put my email down in the comments section somewhere, or in the description box. The U.S. government appears to be Simulex's number one customer. There's your alphabet agencies. However, and Chaturvedi has received millions of dollars in grants from the military and the National Science Foundation. Wonder what they're developing to develop SEAS. Chaturvedi is now pitching SWS to an alphabet agency, DARPA, and discussing it with officials at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, where he said the idea has been well received. I bet it was very well received. Despite the thorny privacy issues for U.S. citizens, they don't care about your privacy. They haven't cared about privacy since I can't even put a date on it. Okay, let's go down to the Corbett report. Next, the third one on the list there. How the government predicts the future inside the sentient world simulation, all based on geomantic divinatory practices using a universal model. That's run on the universal model that we just read we have right now. It's all running in an alternate place over here. It's not like we're ripping open the space-time continuum. That's a farce. They've got it already created. It's a farce. They're crashing particles over there together to make a bigger crash of light so that they can read the data that's behind the light because they want to be Yah, because they want to get to how Yah created, and they think they're going to get there by doing that, and they're going to be Yah. They want to get to everything from the L to the bait, the L to the taw, the L bait, the L to the taw. Okay. Not there yet. Okay, so let's look at this. This is from July 4th, 2012 by James Corbett. It's on a post from something called Boiling Frogs Post. The NSA's illegal warrantless wiretapping program, the building of the massive Alphabet Agency data center in Utah to permanently store copies of all digital communications sent around the world, and I do believe they have a quantum computer, the UK government's communication data bill to monitor emails, instant messages, and other personal information. What was dismissed as crazy conspiracy theory just over a decade ago, and this was 2012, has become, in this post-9/11 era, the all too familiar stuff of newspaper headlines and talking head reportage. In fact, it was about a decade ago that the tactic of the intelligence agencies seemed to change. Instead of keeping their activities classified, referring to the Alphabet Agency as no such agency, for example, or officially denying the existence of Echelon, the government increasingly began shoving this information in the public's face. They're telling you what they're doing, and they're telling you how they're doing it. Perhaps the scariest thing about something like the Total Information Awareness Office is not merely that it was proposed in the first place, or that it incorporated such blatantly creepy Orwellian imagery to convey its true nature and purpose, but that as we sit here 10 years later, this was 2012, and as the core functions of the TIA office are now being openly performed by the Alphabet Agency, and the other governmental agencies, people are now actively making excuses for this nightmarish police state. We don't even know what that looks like yet. We aren't even there, but we are on the cusp of being under control of the anti-Messiah on a worldwide level that puts us all into a hive mind. It's geomantic, divinatory practice at its ultimate near-time end goal. If you have nothing to hide, then you have nothing to fear. As long as you're on their side, as long as you get into the hive mind and get yourself connected and follow those rules. If you have nothing to hide, then you have nothing to fear has always been the rallying cry for those who are too afraid of questioning presumed governmental authority to speak out against the surveillance state and the implied assumption of guilt that goes along with it. With feigned bemusement, these moral midgets inevitably ask, what's so bad about the government spying on you anyway? I'm just going to shake my head. The answer, of course, is that very question implies that the agencies tasked with carrying out this constant Big Brother surveillance are themselves above reproach, shining lights of moral rectitude, who would never abuse this incredible power for nefarious ends. For the unimaginative out there, Hollywood yarns like Enemy of the State have provided fictional examples of what can go wrong if someone, somewhere, abuses this power of information and surveillance to target an innocent person in the wrong place at the wrong time. Just to target anybody. To be sure, the power that these technologies give for agencies or corrupt groups within those agencies to destroy the lives of targeted individuals is itself a fitting answer to the question of why government surveillance should be troubling to us. I'm not necessarily talking about government, though it is the government. We're on a whole nother playing field here. It might break down into smaller units. Of course it does. That sounds like Moshe got leaders over 10,000, 5 to 5,000, 10s, 20s, whatever it was. Okay? Of course it breaks down. It's all coming from one same power that wants total control, that has GMOized, that's a new word, everything else on the planet. The whole world is going to worship this system that's coming because they've chose to connect themselves to it and follow the rules of such. But beyond what can happen to specific targeted individuals in such a scenario, however, is a much larger question. What if this data, our emails, our phone calls, or our credit card transactions, our social media posts, or our phone GPS logs, and all of the hundreds of other pieces of data that we are admittedly being collected on us every day, We're being fed into a database so gargantuan it contains a digital version of every single person on the planet, a node. And what if that database were being used by this alphabet agency to war game various scenarios, SWS, from public reactions to natural disasters to the likelihood of civil unrest in the wake of a declaration of martial law? I gotta write something down. Okay. Remarkably, this is precisely what is happening. It is called the SWS. And then he goes on and talks all about it, which we've already read. Okay. The next link on here is, again, the Purdue University paper. So a couple things I want to talk about before we move on. A lot of people talk about chemtrails. What's in the chemtrails? And this is in the chemtrails, and that's in the chemtrails. And I'm not going to disagree with you. Some of that stuff's in the chemtrails. Great. No, not great. That's not what I meant. I'm not going to disagree that those things are in the chemtrails. I'm not here to disagree or agree with that. What I have heard, and I didn't have an article pulled up, and you can go pull it up. Nanodiamonds. And nanodiamonds being able to track products across seas using a light beam that comes out the other side, photons, and then it creates a certain beam of light, which is unique to every case. Every place they put it, this is that unique set. Nanodiamonds apparently will cross the blood-brain barrier. Got a lot of metal antennas up there in this brain. We got a lot of metal going on. Through the fluoride, that's what they find in the brains of most Alzheimer patients is aluminum because of the fluoride. I've also heard and read that there is now such a thin metal, and I can't remember. I don't know if it was gold. I don't know what it was. I do not. I could go back and find it at some point. Being able to cover the nanodiamonds to make us transmitters and receivers of what? Of the EMF signals that are going on. We're breathing in, we're sucking in whatever other chemicals we say are in there, and nanodiamond dust. And it's a tracker. So that plays a part in this as well. Don't want to go too far down into that because it just wasn't in the scope of this. I really, as soon as we get through this, I want to get to the part that should really matter to us as believers in Yahuah Elohim. It's okay to know this is coming. We've known it's coming for a long time. Now this is what it looks like. What are we going to do? Are we going to fight in the flesh? Or are we going to take every thought captive? SWS is artificially intelligent. That's what SWS is. It pulls things out of reality and sticks it on their nodes and with their avatars and in their system, and it makes predictions based on such. In fact, we walk around with our artificial intelligence every day. I think I'm still on camera here. We walk around with it every day. Every day we walk around with it. We are fully immersed in it. Under the 5G, we are fully immersed in the EMF radiation that it emits. It is the form of control. It is the form of control to get us into the hive mind. He's always been able to go and kind of randomly predict, combinatorially optimize what might move us into sin. He's done it to me. I'm not speaking from a point of, it's never happened to me. And off you go running. Okay? But now it needs to be this hive mind again, form of control that everyone is going to be on the same page. We're going to have an ecumenical movement. We're going to have a financial movement. We're going to have a governmental movement. Oh, wait, there's that word movement. Let me scratch that. It's all going to be one. They all have to play into each other, just like his name and his mark and his number and what he's breathing out, which is lies, divination, geomancy, and the activity that's behind it. They all work together. They all work together. We exist as what are called nodes. We just read it. These nodes have each been given an avatar in the system and are represented by an avatar. Both the sentient world simulation and qubits employ the same means in which control is attained. Okay? Through the dedicated zones can be achieved. Through this dedicated zones can be achieved much like an MRI machine. Possibly based on something we're going to talk about just very shortly in the next slide. There is an area of the brain targeted for control, targeted to record memories and thoughts, targeted to put in a new thought, and or for whatever reason that SWS personnel and their ultimate beast in charge to do with as they please. This is their mechanism. The ability to move in an exact manner in the brain, deeper than surface level, is made possible during selective pulse delivery. I was watching, this changes the spin and alters thoughts. Okay? Thoughts are able to be recorded and imparted using methods that have been created through waves and discoveries in the quantum arena. Selective pulse delivery. I wanted to talk about that. For whatever reason, maybe it's because of what I've been researching. Popped up on my YouTube side selections the other day. Something called tapping. And I do not recommend this for anybody because it is not of Yah. There were several videos on it. I'm going to assume that it works. I don't know. I never tried it. I wouldn't have a clue. I'm not going to try it. But what they did was they had someone remember something, and it was maybe something really bad that had happened to them in their life that they felt just terribly guilty about. And it brought all those feelings and thoughts and emotions rushing back. And so the guy would say, now we're going to let this go, and you're going to think about this, and you're not this person, and the difference today, and blah, blah, blah. And he'd say all kinds of things, and they would tap on a person's head and their temple and under their eye and on their collarbone, and then they'd tap some other places and this and that. And all of a sudden, these people were commenting. I don't think it was like a Benny Hinn thing. They were commenting that the feeling and the emotion and the thought would become less and less and less. And at some point, through these, they could even change the thought and the picture of how it looked. Okay, now, nobody's going to come around tapping on each of us. It's an electromagnetic pulse delivery system. Transistor, no, that's not the word I want. Input and output to be run through tracking devices like a transistor. All right, so we have this 5G millimeter wave, and everybody's seen some, you've probably seen it, I don't know. There's some videos out there on it. There's some real scary videos, and they're rightfully so. They are that way. This is not a game. This is not a comic. This is not sensationalism. Okay, we need to be aware of what's going on. We need to sober up. Okay, we need to sober up. Because up next is 6G. And it's a terahertz wave. And it's 1,000 times faster. And it's reported on some of these places that I've looked at. It's called bubbling DNA. But what it does is it changes DNA. And what they've done is they put all these satellites in the sky. They call them constellations, which is also another word used in geomantic divinatory practices when they have these different things, houses that I showed you. We ain't going to go there. But they've satellites, aka in divination, it's called constellations. Do we need more connection to this number 16 and its divinatory practices and how they're bringing all this about through the brain? They're in the sky, and they're going to connect it all. Well, I'm missing a slide. No, I'm not. Okay. So I want to mention this real quick. This is actually skipping ahead into the number 600, but I want to get this out of the way because I want to be done with this section. of this video. I don't like to go to places like this a lot, especially not live. There is a model of the universe out there called the 600 cell tetrahedron. There may just be one person that's put it out there, may be more than one. I do not know. But it takes the lines and it connects the smallest amount of lines, which is a triangle, and that's the smallest amount of lines you can get to connect a volume. Okay. Some of these, at least one of these EMF, keep the EMF away from you devices actually has a hedron on it. This is a tetrahedron. It actually has, though, the smallest base on it, and then you connect them all together and they replicate themselves, and et cetera, et cetera. If this is what, and there's a thing out there by Sorcia Fall, major conspiracy website for, I think it's Europe. It has a reporting of someone, and something happened in Russia, and I'm not going to read it. Head person at CERN said they're using 616 to break into parallel universes. They're not looking to break into a parallel universe. The enemy's here. The thoughts here, the words here, the ebb and flow is here. It's all here. They don't need to go somewhere else and pull it back in unless they're trying to get back to the beginning to think that they can create, like Yahuah created, which they'll never get back to. It's a model that they've created over here so that they can control everything over here. This may be their model of the universe. It may be the model of the universe. I don't know. You can go back and read things about Buckminster Fuller and Buckminster Fullerines and this. It very well may be that we see that in their realm. I am not saying that it's the truth in reality. I'm not saying that it's not. But that's just something that is out there if you come across it in relation to the number 600. Because we're going to take a different look at the number 600. And we're going to take a look at what Yah has given us to do at a certain time in history. What that looks like and what it looks like going forward. Okay, so first I want to go back and I want to cover one thing here. I want to go to Wikipedia. I want to talk about Marvel Comics. Because I think everyone should be aware of this. And I think we need to... I'm actually going to buy t-shirts for my grandchildren when they come over because their parents dress them in Marvel Comics stuff. They're not wearing that at my house again. And I knew it was bad, but I did not realize the depths of this until this study. So, we're going to go to... looks like Wikipedia here. Earth 616. Well, isn't that interesting? We saw that geomancy was, I think we read it, is divining over the earth. Did we read that? I can't remember. One of the definitions of geomancy is divining over the earth. I thought we read that back here. Well, anyway, that's one of the definitions. That is a definition of geomancy, is divining over the earth. In the fictional Marvel Comics multiverse, Earth 616 is the primary continuity in which most Marvel Comics titles take place. The term was first used in Rough Justice, a story credited to both Alan Moore and Alan Davis, published in July 1983 by Marvel UK in the anthology comic The Daredevils. Good grief. And was later printed in the Captain Britain trade paperbacks. Well, isn't that interesting? I didn't read that before. Saturnine, I can't even say it. Saturnine uses the term to differentiate Brian Braddock, the Captain Britain of the regular Marvel Comics universe, from the other members of the Cat and Britain Corps, each of which inhabit different universes. It's like a sentient world simulation to me. The designation was later used by the American branch of Marvel Comics in the Excalibur title, which frequently referenced Captain Britain's early UK published adventures. Okay. That's all I need to read. A difference of opinion exists regarding the selection of the number 616. Okay, in 2005, Moore's son-in-law, John Reppian, said on an internet message board that the number was arbitrarily chosen by Moore, saying that it was just a random number. So give me a break. Of no significance, chosen because people always seem to be talking about Earth 2 or Earth 4, but never any higher numbers. However, Davis has said that it comes from a variation on the number of the beast, picked because Thorpe wasn't a fan of the modern superhero genre, and expressed this in his stories, such as recording his opinion of the Marvel Universe with the designation 616. In the climaxes of the Goblin Nation and Spider-Verse storylines, the Superior Spider-Man and the Amazing Spider-Man, respectively, it is revealed that Marvel 2009, Earth 928, is the same universe as 616, dubbed as Earth 616, circa 2099. Sounds like an alternate universe to me. Okay, now we're going to go to the next link. This is fan lore. You guys can go there. I'm going to pull it up over here. The Marvel Universe is a multiverse canon. Great. According to the Marvel Comics database, the multiverse is the collection of alternate universes that share a universal hierarchy. Great. It is a subsection of the larger omniverse, which we looked at that word and highlighted in the last one, Saturday or whatever. I think that's what it was. The canon collection of all alternate universes. Hello. A large variety of these universes were originated from another due to a major decision on the part of a character. Let's see if we can track what they're going to do, and then we might need to make a different decision based on if someone doesn't go the exact way we want to go. That's why we need to have total control. Some can seem to be taking place in the past or future due to differences in how time passes in each universe. Often, new universes are born due to time traveling. Another name for these new universes is an alternate timeline. All I can think of is Matrix in the moment. In her info post about major Marvel universities and how they relate to Steve, Tony, whatever that word is, explains the multiverse like this. And I'm not going to read that. It's a what-if scenario. Sounds like exactly what the sentient world simulation is doing. What if that? What if this? What if that? But wait, there's variables in there. Let's get it as close as we can. Doesn't have to be perfect. Because they'll never get it to that level of perfect order that Yah created from the very beginning. Now we're going to go read this article at transnotia.com. And if this doesn't tell one to get that garbage off their screen, nothing will. Let me get a drink here. Make sure I'm still running here. Audio still on. Okie dokie. The gradual... Oh, let me tell you who this is by. That's not fair. This is by Yosef Hindi. It was July 13th of 2018. The gradual disintegration of traditional religions has reached its final stage. We're going to all be one. The modern world in general, or those who aren't warriors, the modern world in general, and the West in particular, have had to replace prominent figures of the public imagination, because they're just imaginatory, these guys aren't, biblical prophets, Messiah, ancient heroes, influential historical figures, with new ones. We don't want anything about Messiah and the prophets or the heroes of old, The ancients of old, our fathers of our faith, for sure. Don't let the children have that, and even adults. Hence the rise of all sorts of stars, self-made men, and new messianic, prophetic, and mystical figures, i.e. Judeo-American superheroes such as Captain America, Marvel, and Superman, DC Comics. Modern techniques for crowd manipulation and indoctrination, as well as techniques for influencing public opinion, were developed in the United States during World War I. We could argue that was sooner, but it's no point. To convince the American populace that a U.S. military intervention had some merit, and this in spite of the fact that the American people were opposed to any intervention in the Eurasian conflict. To this end, on April 13, 1917, the White House created the Committee on Public Information, CPI, otherwise known as the Creel Committee. Edward Bernays, the mastermind behind the propaganda techniques, was a member of this commission. He combined Gustav Le Bon's work on mass psychology with those of his uncle, Sigmund Freud. The CPI, the Committee on Public Information, which comprised mainly of journalists, intellectual, and publicists, served as a laboratory for modern propaganda through its use of various dissemination channels: radio, written press, brochures, films, posters, caricatures, illustrated journals, numerous flyers, images, and auto documents. Of significance, it invented the 4 Minutemen, tens of thousands of volunteers, often notorious people, tasked with publicly declaring their support for government action and inducing hatred of the enemy. If you're friends with the world, you're at enmity with Yah. Such methods have been effective in backing Uncle Sam's endless hegemonic wars. The techniques that were developed during World War I ultimately paved the way for American comics to create at the outset of World War II. Martin Goodman founded Marvel Comics in October 1939. The war had begun in September. In December 1940, Marvel's 3 main owners, Joe Simon, Jack Kirby, and Martin Goodman, all of whom were Jewish, responded to Nazism by creating Captain America, a patriotic superhero who embodies the land of the free, fights tyranny, and in this case, fights Nazi Germany as well. So much for Yahuah. Less than a year after Captain America's debut in Marvel Comics, the USA began to strike ships belonging to the Rome, Berlin, Tokyo axis, September 11, 1941. There was a shoot on sight command given at that time. Japan responded by attacking Pearl Harbor on December 7, 1941, thereby giving the USA its desired pretext to go to war. The Avengers are the hero worship of Jewish terrorists. A significant drop in sales ensued after the commercial success, aided and abetted by the Second World War, of Marvel issues which pitted Captain America against the Nazis. During the 1950s, stories of Captain America confronting communists did not catch on. In 1963, one of Marvel's main script writers, Stan Lee, the son of a Jewish Romanian immigrants, created the Avengers, a group of superheroes to which Captain America belongs. The Nokmim militia obviously provided the inspiration for the famous Avengers. And you can look that up. In 1945, the Jewish state's first president, Chaim Weizmann, a former chemist and director of the World Zionist Organization, provided the Nokmim, plural form of Nakam, which means Avenger, a Jewish partisan militia belonging to the Bercha movement, led by a Zionist Jew called Abba Kovner, with the chemical formulas intended to poison water storage containers of Munich, Nuremberg, and Hamburg. Abba Kovner was arrested upon his return from Israel, where he had received the poison. His militia of mass killers would later on be prevented from executing his plan. Yet in 1946, they succeeded in poisoning the bread intended for prisoners at Laghouzer. Today, Abba Kovner is known as a hero in Israel. The cosmology and mythology of Marvel. So we saw a little bit of history on it there. This is probably the next part, is the part that I really want to point out. The Judeo-American Company has released one film per year on average ever since the cinematic release of Iron Man in 2008. The general public, in turn, gradually became familiar with the Marvel Universe. Alternate as it might be. Superheroes like Captain America, Iron Man, and the Hulk, despite having their own solo movies, were gradually combined, notably in the movie The Avengers, under a common universe comprised of earthly heroes as well as other heroes living on planets located on the other end of the galaxy. The Norse mighty one Thor, featured in 2 films, 2011 and 2013, and is included among the heroes involved in the Marvel Universe and in the Avengers. So we have a Norse mighty one by the name of Thor, whom we're allowing our children to pretty much idolize. Throughout his adventures, he goes back and forth between Asgard, his celestial kingdom, where both Odin, i.e. Satan Claus, his father, and Loki live, and the land of which he is the guardian. In the 2014 Marvel movie Guardians of the Galaxy, because we need to guard them to guard our galaxy and the constellations and the satellites that they've blown into the sky to track everybody and to change our thoughts and our memories through EMF waves, a character called the Collector, I want to think he's collecting information, but let's find out, called the Collector provides us with a valuable lesson in cosmogony, all that which relates to the origins of the universe. Okay, that's what CERN is trying. CERN, D-Wave, your upper echelon, whoever you want to call them, that's what they're after. This is what they say. This collector of information. Feed the beast with your information. Before creation itself, there were 6 singularities. Well, first, we got an issue there already. There's one, and he's Yahuah. Then the universe exploded into existence, and we got a big bang. And the remnants of this system were forged into concentrated ingots, infinity stones. These stones, it seems, can only be brandished by beings of extraordinary strength. These carriers can use the stone to mow down entire civilizations like a wheat field. They might have been geomantic stones. I don't know. These 6 stones, each of which correspond to a singularity of the universe, and to a particular power that derives from it, have the following names: Soul Stone, Mind Stone, Time Stone, Space Stone, Reality Stone, and Power Stone. Isn't that interesting in an alternate reality that one would try to create based on geomantic practices, divination, and lies? Drawing almost entirely from Gnostic cosmogony, Kabbalistic cosmogony holds that the universe was brought into being by divine emanations, namely the Sephirat. Plural form of Sephirat, the Kabbalistic concept equivalent to the Gnostic eons, which make up what Kabbalists call the tree of emanation, better known as the tree of life. There are 10 different Sephirat, and all of them fall into one of 2 main categories. 4 belong to the creation of the universe, cosmogony. 6, the same number as there are infinity stones, to its inner workings, cosmology. Each Sephirat, or enumeration, has a name. Their names are quite similar to those of Marvel's Infinity Stones, such as Sefer Chokmah, wisdom, Sefer Benai, understanding, Sefer Gavarah, strength, or even Sefer Yesod Olam, the foundation of the world. The stones in the Marvel Universe are coveted by an evil deity called Thanos, who we find sitting on a throne located on the edge of the universe. The throne looks like a slab of rock from a destroyed planet. Well, that's coming, isn't it? And the one who rules it. The character's creator was inspired by Thanatos, the Greek mighty one of death. Hello. Thanatos was an infernal and dreaded deity who, to the ancient Greeks, evoked destruction. who is evoking destruction to all things Yahuah. Thanos, I don't even know how to say his name, is the most powerful being in the universe. Prince of the power of the air? A destroyer capable of annihilating entire planets. He is a titan. We read about that. An obvious reference to the Titans in Greek mythology of the race of the eternal. Thanos' destructive and genocidal actions are motivated by his love for and devoted worship of the feminine incarnation of death, Mistress Death. Probably the woman who rides the beast, whom he tries to impress. His purpose is to become a supreme being. Well, whose purpose has that always been since the beginning? Whose power resembles that of the Demerge, the one who created the entirety. Yahuah. The evil mighty one of Gnosticism. Okay? But really, there's one power that created it from the beginning. This is all demonic. The Demerge is at once evil incarnate and the figure responsible for fashioning and maintaining the physical universe or material world as a whole. Thanos seeks to become sort of a prince of this world. Okay. The Demerge is also present in the Talmud and Kabbalah under the name Metatron, an archangel who is unique in his ability to stand before Elohim and sit on his throne. Okay, not. Kabbalists view Metatron as a creation that came into being at the same time as the emanation of the inner heavenly spheres, like the Demerge in Gnosticism. According to them, let there be light, the verse from Genesis, refers to the formation of the light of the intellect in the shape of Metatron. That's for another day. A great many Masonic lodges probably identified this Demerge, Metatron, our immanent deity, with the great architect of the universe. Okay, why can't we just have who he is? Why can't we just have Yahuah, Elohim, and all that he breathed, and speak and follow that? Do you hear this garbage? Thanos is not the only destructive deity in the Marvel Universe. On May 18, 2016, the movie X-Men Apocalypse was released in France. Well, isn't that interesting? I have no idea what it's about. Apocalypse, deriving from the Greek word unveiling, we're supposed to be watching for the revelation of Yahusha Messiah. Yahoo came to rescue us. In reference to the end times, is presented as the chief of all mutants, the most powerful of them all. After being buried in the basement of a pyramid several millennia ago, Apocalypse, who had ruled over ancient Egypt as a living mighty one, awakens in the present only to find that the weak rule the earth and wreak havoc in his place. That's interesting. His goal is to thus rip everything they've built from the ground, wipe clean this world, and lead those that survive into a better one. That's what Yahuah Elohim is supposed to be doing. Get rid of this garbage, circumcise the earth. The heavens are going to roll up like a scroll, and those that are elected, those that have chosen to, those that are walking with Israel, sojourning with Israel, those who have been grafted in, are going to a better one. This is garbage. In short, he advocates for an ordo ab chaos, rooted in Kabbalistic and nihilistic conception of Sabbatean Frankinism. It's not about keeping the Sabbath. That's about some guy. You can go look him up. I think I've got him here. Well, anyway, whose followers have taken political and ideological control of the Western world. The neoconservative scholar Michael Leedon has applied this doctrine to geopolitics by coining the notion of constructive chaos. Constructive chaos. Now we're looking at a Hegelian dialect. Constructive chaos. I have presented here only a glimpse of the ideological, estological, and mystical background driving the Hollywood cinematographic, I can't even say the word, I'm getting tired, machine to shower us for over a decade now. The super productions of which the main themes are chaos, the end of the world, and apocalyptic wars. We're supposed to be focused on Yahuah Elohim, who are we, our children, you, me, grandchildren? I know there's only so much we can do if they're not our children. I get that. What are we allowing? That's the end of that article. It tells about the writer there. Feel free to read about him. I don't know anything about him, but what? Johnny on the spot article we're looking at there. All right, so now we're going to go down into, we're going to read this right here. Then we are going to take a 5-minute break because I need to get something for my voice. Let me open my Bible. If you'll go to 2 Thessalonians 2, 7 through 12. Let me talk about that. All right. For the secret of lawlessness is already at work. It's been at work. Only until he who now restrains comes out of the midst. And the lawless one shall be revealed, whom the master shall consume with the spirit of his mouth. This is his plan. He is being revealed right now. There have been many anti-messiahs. This is revelation of what it's been since the very beginning and the time and the age that we're headed into. Might we see a single person in there with their box they got going on with their data? Maybe. Okay. Know this, that the master's going to come and consume him with the spirit of his mouth. The wind, the ruach, the breath, what was breathed in its perfect order. And to bring to naught with the manifestation of his coming. The high places are coming down at the time of the first resurrection. If you believe not that Yahushua Messiah is he, the one they were expecting on, and doing the works and speaking the words, if you don't have that testimony and the commands following, backing those up, you have to have the testimony, or you too shall perish in your sin. The coming of the lawless one is according to the working of Satan, who is the father of all lies, been a murderer since the beginning, wants death for everyone he can take down in the death of sin, with all power and signs and wonders of falsehood. It's gonna look real, like an alternate universe. It's all false. It's a fake. It's always been a fake when he's come to the door and went, because we need to be so familiar with the truth. When the looms on the horizon, we recognize it immediately. We are at a time when this is at an all-time high. And with all deceit of unrighteousness, disobedience, breaking of the Torah and the commands therein, in those perishing, because they did not receive a love for the truth, in order for them to be saved. Definitely not to be in the first resurrection. And for this reason, Elohim sends them a working of delusion for them to believe the falsehood. This is a working of delusion that he is allowing at this time and in this day, because people love the darkness rather than the light. On a whole nother level, it's everywhere. And there's not even investigation into it. In order that all should be judged who did not believe the truth, but have delighted in unrighteousness, that speaks of deeds. Okay. It is here. It is already at work. it will continue until that restrains comes out of the midst. Okay, so we're going to take there's that thing on the Sabbatines from that article. Just a few minute break. I got to get some coffee, maybe have a cough drop. My voice is going out. Now we're going to dive, now that we've seen the world around us, we're going to dive deep into the scriptures, and I mean deep into the scriptures. And we need to see where we need to be and what time that we are at. All right, shalom. We're at the 3 hour and 15-minute mark. Pause it if you need a longer break. Come back if you need to. We're going to delve into the 600 now and why it's separate from the 16. We talked about just a little bit about why it might be that they're using a model that is a 600 cell tetrahedron. It might be, it might not be. Doesn't mean this number can't have a dual purpose. But we have to see it in the scriptures. So as far as the 16 is concerned, we see lies, divination, geomancy. We see that in the scriptures. We see it throughout time. We see that kind of thing. Now we're going to take a look at this 600. And maybe we don't need to see it in the scriptures. There are some things in John that we don't see in the Torah, like these scorpions that come out of the pit and women's hair and all that business. This next piece is where we, with our hope in Yahushua Messiah, Yah who came to rescue us, this is where our hope lies. And our hope lies in being part of that. We are expecting him to come as kings and priests. We are expecting our King of Kings. We are expecting the Master of Masters. We are expecting the greatest prophet and the high priest to return and reign on this earth. Not an alternate universe, not a Marvel universe, but to reign on the earth with the kings and the priests, and eventually the marriage supper of the Lamb and the wedding guests that will be there that overcome into the second resurrection. Right now we're at the point where there's still a possibility for the first resurrection to get to the top of the 8 steps as laid out in 2 Peter. Let's make sure I tell you that right. As laid out in 2 Peter chapter 1, so that we can be kings and priests that are at the inner court at the time which he reigns on earth. Okay, so now we're going to look at the 600 as recorded in Scripture. And we're going to start with Matthew 24. I should have probably already been turned here. Yep. Verses 36 to 39. But concerning that day and the hour, no one knows, not even the messengers of the Shemaim, but the Father only. And as the days of Noah, so also shall the coming of the Son of Adam be, the Ish, the seed that was planted in the earth. For as they were in the days before the flood, eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day that Noah entered the ark. And they did not know until the flood came and took them all away, so that the coming of the Son of Adam should be, so that the Word, the husband himself, the seed that was planted into the earth. You'll see sometimes this word Adam, if you trace it back in the Greek concordance to the Septuagint, it can go to Adam, the seed that was planted in the earth. Or sometimes it goes to the Ish, which means the husband. Who's returning? So shall it also be at the coming of the Son of Adam. Luke 17, 20 to 30. And having been asked by the Pharisees when the reign of Elohim would come. Whose reign? Elohim's reign. And what's going to reign? The seed that he breathed, the word that he breathed, the breath that he breathed, the seed of his love, the son of his love, what he breathed. He answered them and said, the reign of Elohim does not come with intent watching. Nor shall they say, look here or look there, for the reign of Elohim is in your midst. And he said to the taught ones, days shall come when you shall long to see one of the days of the son of Adam, but you shall not see it. And they shall say to you, look here, or look there. Do not go after them, nor follow them. Yahuah Elohim is our Messiah. He's not over here and he's not over there. We're going to know when he returns. As the lightning flashes from the east to the west, not a fake sign of fire coming down from the sky from harp. We're going to know when he comes. Those that are his are going to know. Oh, here it is. For as lightning that flashes out of one part under the heaven shines to the other part of the heaven, so also the son of Adam shall be in his day. But first he has to suffer much and be rejected by this generation. He was rejected then, and he is rejected by everything we say and do now. And I don't need to say believe you me to you if you've made it this far in the video. If they hated him, they will hate you. If he suffered, we will suffer. Minus the day that comes when he marks his name upon our foreheads. But first he has to suffer much and be rejected by this generation. Oh boy, there's going to be division. And as it came to be in the days of Noah, so shall it also be in the days of the son of Adam. As it was in the days of Noah, coming up upon the time when the remnant went into the boat, the whole world lied under the sway of the wicked one, except the remnant. If that were possible, the warriors would be led astray. But it's not. They were eating and they were drinking, they were marrying and they were given in marriage until the day that Noah went into the ark and Yahuah Elohim closed the door, just like the door when he lets the 5 wise virgins in. And the flood came and destroyed them all. And likewise, as it came to be in the days of Lot, they were eating and they were drinking and they were buying and they were selling and they were planting and they were building and la 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 la. And what came? Fire and brimstone. That's coming. But on the day Lot went out of Sodom, it rained fire and sulfur from heaven and destroyed all. It shall be the same in the day of the son of Adam is revealed. Okay. As it was in the days of Noah. Let's go back to Genesis and read verses Genesis 6, 1 through 9. And it came to be, when men began to increase on the face of the earth, and daughters were born to them, that the sons of Elohim saw the daughters of men, that they were good. Kind of reminds me of Eve seeing the fruit that looked towed in the garden. It was pleasant to the eyes. And they took wives for themselves of all whom they chose. And Yahuah said, my spirit shall not strive with man forever in his going astray. He is flesh, and his days shall be 120 years. My spirit shall not strive with man forever in his going astray. This is a neglecting of the walk to the water of life. And what happened? They got drowned by the water. We're supposed to be on a walk to the water of life, the washing of the water of the Word. Our flesh doesn't want that. Next time it will be fire. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, and also afterward, when the sons of Elohim came into the daughters of men, and they bore children to them. Those were the mighty men who were of old, the men of name, the men of renown. And Yahuah saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth. Where are we at today? And that every inclination of his thoughts of his heart was only evil continually. We're going to look at that verse. And Yahuah was sorry that he had made man on the earth, and he was grieved in his heart, not like a man is repentant. Numbers 23. And Yahuah said, I am going to wipe off man whom I have created from the face of the ground. That's going to happen again, but it's not going to happen by flood. We know the story. Both man and beast, creeping creature and birds of the heaven, for I am sorry that I have made them. But Noah found favor in the eyes of Yahuah. This is the genealogy of Noah. Noah was a righteous man. He obeyed everything that was told. He obeyed what was told to him. He walked in the commands, the Torot of Yah. Perfect, mature, tamim. I think that's the word there, in his generation. All the rest of the generation was, we're walking with Yah. They weren't righteous. Noah walked with Elohim. So we're going to look at verse 5. And Yahuah saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth. Wickedness over here on the left. Let me get my mouse here. Strong's H7451. Ra'ah from 7489. Bad, or as a noun, evil, naturally or morally. This, includes this other stuff in grammar. Strong's H7489. That's what it comes from. A primitive root, properly to spoil, literally by breaking to pieces, figuratively to make or be good for nothing. That is bad physically, socially, and morally. This is a combination of physically, socially, and morally. We see down there at the, apparently I have BV there. That must be the 7489. It should be AN. Bad. Something dysfunctional, wrong, evil, or wicked. Action is to grieve at the two-letter parent root. The concrete is bad. So what we have here is this evil and this wickedness of man in the earth, where Yah has put man, where man is going to eventually, where he's coming to reign, man is going to reign with him. We inherit the earth. Of course, not in the form and condition that it's in now, especially not an alternate universe of it. Is dysfunctional. I just read about Marvel Comics. It is wrong. It is evil. It is wicked to its very core. GMO everything is against Yah. GMO man against Yah. That's a picture of what we have today. The evil and dysfunction and wickedness of man in this earth, in this generation, is just plain evil. Everything is bad physically, socially, and morally. Unless you're a warrior for Yahuah Elohim, this is where we're at. Every inclination of the thoughts of his heart. Let's look at every inclination. Every on the left is Strong's H3605. Goal. Kol. It's the bride line. Properly, the whole. Hence, all, any, or every. In the singular only, but often in the plural sense. I gotta stop reading those grammatical things. 1242 JN. All. You'll see down there in the yellow at the bottom, we've got the Strong's number marked, H3605, so you can see you're in the right spot. You can see down here at the bottom when you're using your lexicon. At the V, it's the same word. The V is the same word. Sustain. To provide what is needed to make someone or something whole or complete. At the two-letter root, it's the Kaf Lam. The action is complete, the concrete is vessel, and the abstract is whole. Who are we a vessel for? The pictograph Kaf is a picture of the bent palm, representing the bending or subduing of the will. Whose will are we subduing and bending ourselves to? And the lam is a picture of a shepherd's staff or a yoke. Who is goading us around, and who and what are we yoked to? Combine these mean tame for the yoke. An animal or land that is tamed has been worked and is complete and ready for use. Sounds to me like we've been tried and proved by the fire. Taming includes construction of holding pens, putting the soil to the plow of the heart, putting the soil of the heart to the plow, harvesting of crops, milk or meat. One eats once the harvest is complete. So every and all inclinations, thought, the forming of a thought in the mind. You see it at the bottom down here. Being pressed in a narrow, tight place, the pressing of clay to form something. Every inclination. Yah is the potter, we are the clay. The enemy wants us to be anything but what Yah wants us to be. He cannot get to the seed that is hid in your heart. That's why it needs to be hid in the authority that's inside of you. Because he's going to come in through the thought in your mind. And now it's on a grand scale. Am I saying they had this technology back then? I am not saying that. I know there's people out there, DNA this, change this, computer this. They had this kind of technology. That's outside the scope of this. This is about what we need to look at for ourselves in our own lives so that we are prepared and ready for the King to come. At the two-letter root, it's a zad resh, a pressing in or on someone or something. It's kind of like Job. The enemy was allowed to press in on him. At that two-letter root, are we on the trail back to the head? Or is the inclination of what's inside of us, the thought as it forms, are we going to take that captive? And follow what the head said? Is that going to come out in the works of our hands? Is it that of the right-hand power of Elohim, the path that we're following back to the head? Are those the thoughts? Or is it the following of what seed the enemy is throwing for us to follow? With him as the head. And that was your Yod, your Zod, and your Resh. So, and Yahuah saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, earth 616, and that every inclination of the thoughts of his heart, so every inclination, every thought that came in, the forming of it, what's he bending his will to? H4284, the design, the planning, or the invention of the plans. It's the word that we saw. When we're going to calculate, we're going to look at the pattern. We're going to look at the process, or the plan, or the device, or the invention. Every inclination of the thought, or the plan, or of the design, of the authority, the heart, the one that's inside of him. We see the heart is the authority. It's on the right side, a picture of a shepherd's staff, and the bait is a picture of the tent, of what's inside. the authority inside. Every inclination was to bend the will of the thought that was forming to the design and the plan of the authority that was inside of them, which wasn't Yahuah Elohim. It was the enemy and the flesh. There it goes. It was only for evil and dysfunction. Wickedness was great in the earth. When? Continually. Continually. All the time. Every day. All day long. Here we have continually. It's all. It's providing what is needed to make someone or something whole or complete. Complete and whole in what? Not in the shalom and peace of Yahuah Elohim. Every day. Yom. Day in and day out. The wickedness of man is great in the earth, and every inclination of the thought that forms inside of him is to follow the plan and the scheme of what the flesh wants, which is exactly what the enemy wants, because he wants full authority. He wants to quench that seed which is inside of those it's been planted in continually. It's like a continual or a pulse. If Mitch were here, he'd say, do that again. All right. That's what's going on. That's where we are today. What's that got to do with 600? I don't know if we're even there yet. Genesis 6:13. Oh, we're going to read 10 to 13. Excuse me. And Noah brought forth 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And the earth was corrupt before Elohim, and the earth was filled with violence. And Elohim looked upon the earth and saw that it was corrupt. For all flesh had corrupted their way on the earth. And Elohim said to Noah, the end of all flesh has come before me. All the great wickedness on the earth had come before him. For the earth is filled with violence through them. Hello. And see, I am going to destroy them from the earth. The end of all flesh has come before me. There's an end coming. There was a remnant saved. They were on a boat. The end of all wicked flesh, whose every inclination of the thought that was in their heart was to follow the design and the pattern of anything but the fullness of Yahuah Elohim, the El of the Tah, that which he breathed. The end of all flesh had come, except for, of course, Noah, like I said, and we know the story. So look at end. In the Greek, just when I looked at it, it's a kairos. An occasion, that is, a set or proper time. It is near time. The time is upon us. In the Hebrew, it's 7093. An extremity. After. We are at the extremity that's going to be allowed by Yahuah Elohim. In the Hebrew, it is the kuf and the zadi. You see it down here at the bottom. Ooh, doggy. Yeah. Right here. End. The end of a time period. Kuf. Kuf. That first letter on the right is a kuf. The time has come. Or place. Or the end of something. The time has come. It's upon us. We will know the times and the season. The border of the country as the ends. You see the time, the kuf is upon us. And the trail to the first resurrection is near. The trail we're going there, it is near. We are at near time. All flesh on this earth is continually wicked, day in and day out. Genesis 7, 1 through 6. Before we read this, I want to say, we looked up that word to calculate the number of the beast. And we saw the 16 was geomantic divinatory lies in which they're trying to have GMO man and control us and have the enemy, the anti-Messiah, and the anti-Messiahs and those that are under him and his whole governmental setup, however you want to say it. We saw that number and we saw what it calculates to, and we saw it means to get into our brain. That's where they're at. That's the picture. We saw that the 600 might be the model of the universe that's out there. It might be their alternate universe. It might be the real universe. I can't say. I'm not going to get into it that far. Focus we need to have is on Yahuah Elohim and what was written before time. So we saw where the 16 and we could calculate that. But we need to see a recording of what's going on in the Sefer ahead of time. And what's going on from the Torah itself. And so we have a recording of a story and or numbers. We have both in the 616. It's here. We're at the time to return to the pure language. The speaking of the record. So we saw the inclination of the thoughts of man's hearts. And they're going to start, if we agree to connect to this, to put ourselves into this system that's being presented, or will be presented, or is on the horizon, the counterfeit is looming. And Yahuah said to Noah, "Come into the ark, you and all your household, because I have seen that you are righteous before me in this generation." What were we going to read? Oh, I better read more. Through 6. Okay. And Yahuah said to Noah, "Come into the ark, you and all your household, because I have seen that you are righteous before me in this generation." Of all the clean beasts, take with you 7 pairs. No, I don't want to read that. I want to go, just read 7:1, that they all went in. We're not going to read, well, yeah, we will. Of all the clean beasts, take with you 7 pairs. He knew what clean was. There was no Leviticus yet. He knew clean and unclean animals. For those of you that might need to hear that, I need to remember that. And of the beasts that are unclean, take 2, a male and his female. And of the birds of the heavens, 7 pairs. They probably learned their songs from their parents back then. Male and female, to keep offspring alive on the face of all the earth. For after 7 more days I am sending rain on the earth, 40 days and 40 nights, and shall wipe from the face of the earth all that stand that I created. And Noah did all that Yahuah commanded him. He did everything that was commanded of him, so that when it came time to get in that ark, to go through that door as a remnant, Yahuah said, "Come and shut the door. Those will be in and those will be out." And Noah was 600 years old when the flood waters were upon the earth. We saw when we trace this word back, it can go to number of years, number of days. We're looking at the time of the days of Noah and Lot. We are at near time. The counterfeit is looming on the horizon. And we need to focus on Yahuah Elohim and everything that he breathed. Verse 7:1. What does that mean for us? We need to look like Noah and many others that are in the scriptures. He was righteous in this generation of wickedness and every inclination of the thoughts in their hearts, and the authority is inside of them continually. We need to remain righteous in this generation. Righteous. Right here in the middle. One who is upright or righteous is one who walks a straight path. Whole nother study. Bottom line, those who are in the first resurrection have the testimony of Yahusha, Messiah, Yahuah, who came to rescue us, and that's who he is, that they shall not perish in the sin of not believing that the one who came to rescue them came to rescue them, and following the commands, every word that he breathed and wrapped himself in. In this generation, properly a revolution of time, that is an age or a generation. We are at the end of the age. Right to, it's at 1089 JN. The circle of life from generation to generation. We need to quit feeding our children that garbage. Okay. At the 1089, the pictograph Dal is the door representing a moving back and forth, and the Resh is the head of man. Combined, these mean the back and forth movement of man. A generation is one revolution of the family line. The Hebraic understanding of order is the continual cyclical process of life and death, or renewal and destruction. This root can also have the meaning of circling around something in a wide array to cover a large area. The door to the head of man will be opened, just like it was to the ark in Noah's day. And those that have been marked on their foreheads by the breath of Elohim, so that this cannot overtake them, will enter into the reign as the remnant. We need to not be among those that are a wicked, evil inclination of their heart continually against Yahuah Elohim. We need to rid ourselves of every single aspect of the world. Because if we are friends with the world in any respect, that is enmity with Elohim. And Noah did all that Yahuah commanded him. Instead of all the inclinations of the thoughts of his heart being evil continually, he did all that Yahuah commanded him. He was complete vessel, whole. He was tame for the yoke. He was walking with the shepherd. He walked in righteousness and perfection with Elohim. He was tame for the yoke. He was ready for use. And Yahuah used him. We are in this time, this era, this age, this generation. Well, let's take a look at what Noah's name means. What a picture. What a beautiful picture. Let's see what slide we're on. Oh, praise Yah. Okay, because I'm getting tired. All right. Noah. The same as 51:18. Rest. Noah, the patriarch of the flood. 51:18, which I wrote the Strong's definition down there for, must mean rest. Looking in the ancient Hebrew lexicon, we see 51:18 is rest. If we go to the J, we see that a place of quiet and rest from burdens, work, or the enemy. Well, praise Yah. Those that are in the millennial reign, we might still be working and taking the Torah, but it's not a place from this burden of the enemy that's in the world that we're in today. Okay? It's a place of complete mastery of shalom by the master of shalom that's going to rule in our lives. The reign of the word of his love, the reign of the seed that was planted in the earth, originally in its proper order from the very beginning. We got the noon hat. The action is guide, the concrete is rest. The pictograph noon is a picture of a seed representing continuance. Let me show you where we're at here. The head is a picture of a wall that separates the inside from the outside. Combined, these mean continue outside. The shepherd would guide his flock to a place of water. We are headed there. We're supposed to be on a walk to the water. with the brethren in unity and truth, not unity and error. Here is water for drinking as well as green grass for pasturing. Once the flock arrives, they are free to rest after the long journey, a guided journey to a place of rest. A sigh of rest, which is where we get the whole earth groans. All of creation groans. What are they groaning for? They're not speaking in tongues. All of creation is groaning for the rest in Messiah that's going to come at the time when the word reigns. So we have from right to left, over here at the bottom, the noon, the Yahuah, and the het. The noon is a seed or a fish. And air, it can mean air, sun, life, continue action. The Yahuah is a tent peg. Add, secure, hook, join, pierce. The het is a wall, fence, outside, half or divide. My little summation here. Noah followed the commands, the seed, the noon, that which was breathed, of Yahuah, which secured Yahuah, him and the mishpachah, him and the family, onto the right side of the ark wall, het, us onto the right side of the wall, in the millennial reign, not going to be on the outside, after he himself, Yahuah Elohim, shut the door. Noah followed the shepherd's instructions to a place of rest, which was on Mount Ararat at that time, after a long journey of not only living in the evil and wicked generation, but the obedience of building the ark and watching all that happen before him as the lives of all the wicked were brought to naught. Of the building of the ark and the flood itself, those of the first resurrection, the small remnant, will be led to a place of rest in Yah as we go through the millennial reign to lead others to the place of rest in the kingdom to come, a place forever where we drink the water of life. The Spirit and the bride say, come. They say, come, with the testimony of Yahusha and the keeping of the commands. Second Corinthians 10, 1 through 6. We're getting close. And I, Shaul, myself appealed to you through the meekness, the meek will inherit the earth, and the gentleness of Messiah. I who am indeed lowly when face to face with you, but bold towards you when absent. But I pray that when I am present, I might not be bold with that bravery by which I think to be bold against some who reckon us as if we walked according to the flesh. Don't worry about what they think of you. Though we walk in the flesh, we do not fight according to the flesh. For the weapons we fight with are not fleshly. We don't fight flesh and blood. And we don't use flesh and blood weapons to fight what's coming at us. But mighty in Elohim for overthrowing strongholds. Overthrowing reasonings, designs, plans. And every high matter that exalts itself against the knowledge, the intimacy, that which would come from Elohim himself, taking captive every thought. Taking it captive, pressing ourselves to the tent. To make it obedient, like Noah did, to the Messiah. And being ready to punish all disobedience when our obedience is complete. When that thought comes in, let's go on. Go to the next slide. Overthrowing reasonings, Greek 3053. Taking captive every thought, pressing ourselves to the tent of Yahuah Elohim. Shub. Or we don't need to shub. We need to just take a thought and be obedient immediately. Punish it. When we look at this Greek 3053, we find it in many places in the Hebrew for the same word. Psalm 33, 10 and 11. Yahuah brings the counsel of the nations to naught. They are finished. There will be a point. They are finished. He will take everything out with the breath of his mouth. He thwarts the plans, the designs, the patterns, the devices, the inventions of the peoples. That's what that says there. We need to overthrow them by being obedient unto Messiah and having the testimony of Yahushua Messiah and keeping the commands, being ready to punish all disobedience by being obedient. The counsel of Yahuah stands forever, not of what they're going to do. Every thought that comes in, every plan, we must recognize the enemy when he looms on the horizon and throw that thing which he is putting into us immediately by obeying. The counsel of Yahuah stands forever. The plans of his heart, the designs and what he has designed for us and what we read in Jeremiah. I know the design, the plan that I have for you. The plans of his heart to all generations. Whatever side you're going to be on, his counsel, his plans stand forever. He is the authority. We need to recognize that this has started happening. It's going to happen. We need to make a decision not to connect ourselves to it and to be so familiar with the truth. Because obedience equals life. He who believes in the Son, the seed, the word, the breath that was breathed into the earth, possesses everlasting life. But he does not obey the Son, the seed, the word, shall not see everlasting life, but the wrath of Elohim remains on him. Yoked to death, the mistress of death in Marvel Comics. The whore that rides the beast system. He who believes in the Son, the seed, the word, that which was breathed, and takes action on that, shall see life. 1 Thessalonians 5, 1 through 11. Now, brothers, as to the times and the seasons, you do not need to be written to. We know what Moed's it's gonna be. We know the time is coming. For you yourselves know very well that the day of Yahuah comes as a thief in the night. Those people that were great wicked in the earth, the thoughts of the inclinations of their heart were continually evil. It came like a thief to them. They had no idea it was coming. We know it's coming. For when they say peace and safety, that's because the millennial reign will be protected from everything that is not ready. They will not. People will not. If we're not ready, we haven't come up those 8 steps to walk into that door to serve as kings and priests under Yahuah Elohim. Not ready. Like a thief, it's going to come. For when they say peace and safety, then suddenly destruction comes upon them, as labor pains upon a pregnant woman. And they shall not escape. But you, brothers, are not in darkness, so this day should overtake you as a thief. A thief comes from a root line meaning one whom the garden is protected from. It will be protected from everything that is not ready. They will not be in the inner court in the millennial reign. And there will be havoc to pay up until that point, when we see all the bowls and the seals and the trumpets. For you are all sons of light. Really? Come on now. And sons of the day. We are not of the night nor of the darkness. So then we should not sleep. Well, I don't even know what I got written here. Let me put this up to my face. So then we should not sleep as others do, but we should watch and be sober. Wake up. For those who sleep, sleep at night or in the darkness. And those who get drunk are drunk at night. Drunk with what? Drunk with the wine of the whore? The blood of the saints. The wine of the whore. Disobedience. Any name of blasphemy. That character. That authority that rules inside. But we who are of the day should be sober, putting on the breastplate of belief and love. The bottom step of belief in 2 Peter and the top step of love have to have gone up those steps. And as a helmet, the expectation of deliverance. Because Elohim did not appoint us to wrath, but to obtain deliverance through our Master, Yahuah, Yahusha, who came to rescue us. Messiah, Mashiach, which means anointed in Hebrew. It's not some, let me not go there because let me not say that. The greatest prophet that originally planted the seed of himself in the earth. The King of Kings, they're anointed. Prophets are anointed. And the high priest, the greatest high priest, who died for us so that we, whether awake or asleep, should live together with him. That has to do with being alive or being in the grave. There are some that will come out of the grave and will reign with him. There are some that are asleep that are headed to the second resurrection. Therefore, encourage one another and build up one another, as indeed you do. Encourage one another in what? In the truth, not in error. So I want to look at peace and safety. Because they're going to say it's peace, it's safety. Look, we're all okay. It's been like this since the beginning. Nothing's changed. We're okay. It's just a different time. Peace and safety. Please. Let's trace these words back. Isaiah 26, 1-4. In that day, this song is sung in the land of Yehudah. We have a strong city. He sets up deliverance, walls and ramparts. Open the gates. Let the righteous nation which guards the truth enter in. Not the Jerusalem that we see now in its depraved state. The one steadfast of mind. When the thought forms in the mind, nope, he's firm. He cast that down. You guard in perfect peace, for he trusts. He has safety in you. That's our peace and safety. Nothing of this world is peace and safety. It's enmity with Yah. Trust in Yahuah forever, for in Yahuah is the rock of ages. Peace. Shalom. Okay, we know this. Completeness. Shalom. A greeting is a desire for completeness for another. At the root there we have made whole or complete by adding or subtracting. Colossians 3. Let the shalom of the Master Yahushua, Yahuah Messiah, rule over you by subtracting, not taking part of, punishing disobedience with obedience, getting rid of the things in our lives that are of, not of the word that were originally breathed, and putting in the things that are. That is our perfect peace, not the things that are empty and great wickedness in the world, just like it was in the 600th year of Noah. We are at near time. And safety, trust. It's clinging to. A holding on to someone or something by clinging or confiding. What are we going to cling to? We need to let it all go. We need to count it all as dung. We need to be stayed in the perfect peace and safety that is found in steadfastness of mind, that when they put those thoughts in or when those thoughts come in, however that looks, we cast it down immediately. It's got a plan, it's got a purpose, it's got an action that it wants you to perform behind it, and it is transgression. It is sin. Oh, Isaiah 59. There's a couple slides left. I encourage you to turn there. This is kind of small to read on the screen. Look, the right hand, his power, strength, and authority of Yahuah has not become too short to shua, to rescue, nor his ear too heavy to hear. But your crookednesses, because we need to be walking straight. We can't be in any part of twisted crookedness, have separated you from Yahuah, your Elohim, and your sins have hidden his face, not punishing disobedience when the thought formed with obedience is, but committing sin, walking in sin, whatever name it's under, whatever it looks like, the authority. And we open the door, have hidden his face from you, from hearing. For your hands have been defiled with blood, and your fingers with crookednesses, your lips. The language that's coming off the lips is falsehood, and it's leading people to miss the mark, to be intimate at him when the time when he is revealed, ourselves and those we're speaking to. Whatever that is. Your tongue mutters unrighteousnesses. We need to be righteous. We need to mutter, we need to speak of everything that was breathed from the beginning in its proper order, and to punish all disobedience with obedience. No one calls for righteousness. They didn't in the times of Noah either. And no one pleads for truth. Obviously, Isaiah was, and he was a man undone. It didn't mean he was without sin. Anyone that says they're without sin is a liar, and the truth is not in them. The trust in emptiness, clinging to peace, safety, trusting in a state of waste. They trust, they cling to emptiness, a state of waste, and they speak worthlessness. They conceive trouble. Why? It's like giving birth. And bring forth wickedness. He's talking about the people of Elohim are doing this in the days of Isaiah. He's not even talking to the ones that are out in the world. They have hatched adder's eggs because they conceived and gave birth, and they weave spider's webs. Whoever eats their eggs dies, and when one is broken, an adder is hatched. Oop, there he goes. Let's pass it on to the next guy. Their webs do not become garments, definitely not garments of righteousnesses, nor do they cover themselves with their works, because the garments of righteousness are of works. Testimony of Yahushua and of keeping the commands. Their works are works of wickedness, the use of the power in the loins for vain or other improper purposes. We need to not use the seed of Yahushua Messiah, of Yahuah himself, that was breathed into the earth for vain or other improper purposes. And a deed of violence is in their hands. Their feet run to evil, to dysfunction, great wickedness on the earth. And they hurry to shed innocent blood. Their thoughts are thoughts of wickedness. The design, the plan, the invention. How much more those that are not even in part of Israel as a whole, who are completely on the outside. Their thoughts are thoughts of using the power of the seed that's in the loin for vain or in other improper purposes. Their thoughts, their designs, their plans are these kind of thoughts, designs, and plans to use the seed, wasting and ruin are in their highways. The way of peace, the way of shalom, adding that which needs to be added and subtracting that which needs to be subtracted. Colossians chapter 3, to allow shalom to rule as the authority inside of him, the master of shalom. They know not the peace and shalom of Yah, and there is no right ruling in their ways. They have made crooked paths for themselves. Whoever treads in them shall not know peace. Because there is no peace and safety, and sudden destruction shall come upon them. And people are going to be part of that. People in the quote-unquote Torah movement are going to be part of that. We can't compromise for unity's sake. Therefore, right ruling has been far from us, and righteousness does not reach us. We look for light, but there is darkness. For brightness, but we walk in thick darkness. Unless we feel for the wall like the blind, and we feel as without eyes. At noon we stumble as at twilight, in deserted places, like the dead. That hurts. We need to be mature, following the true seed and his design, his plans that have been laid out. And all of us growl like bears and moan sadly like doves. We look for right ruling, but there is none. For deliverance, for Yahuah. But it is far from us. Why? Because having ears we do not hear, and having eyes we do not see, and in our heart we do not turn and repent. We have to want it from the very depths of who we are, for the sole purpose of intimacy with Yahuah Elohim. For our transgressions have increased before you, and our sins witnessed against us. That's going to be a witness in that day. For our transgressions are with us, and as for our crookednesses, the guilt that we have, we know them. We know inside of our very beings of beings, when Yahuah shows us something, what guilt we have and what we need to do. And we need to shub, we need to repent. We need to go back pressed back to the tent, shub. Transgressing and being untrue to Yahuah, friends with the world, is enmity with him, and turning away from our Elohim, speaking oppression and apostasy, conceiving and pondering words of falsehood from the heart, from the authority that we allow, not all of a sudden, let me not say that, from the authority that we allow to come in and take control. We conceive it. We give birth to it. And as a result, there is death. Okay, next slide. We're just going to continue on here. And right ruling is driven back, and righteousness stands far off. Noah. For truth has fallen in the street, and right is unable to enter. And truth is lacking, totally missing. It exists, MIA, missing in action. And whoever turns away from evil makes himself a prey. Go ahead, try. Try to be functional in this day and age according to the word of Yahuah Elohim. And as the counterfeit that looms on the horizon makes its presence even more known, see what kind of prey we will be. And Yahuah saw, and it displeased him that there was no right ruling. And he saw that there was no man, and was astonished that there was no intercessor. So his own arm saved for him, the right hand power of Yahuah Elohim, his own arm saved for him, and his righteousness upheld him. And he put on righteousness as a breastplate. It's a picture for us. Put on righteousness as a breastplate to guard your heart. Be yoked to the tribes that were the stones in the breastplate of Yahuah Elohim. And a helmet of deliverance on his head. He is Yahuah Zavot, Yah of hosts, leader of the army, the divisions of Elohim. Here's a picture for us. He is the warrior, quote unquote, high priest. And he put on garments of vengeance for clothing. Vengeance is mine, says Yahuah. And wrapped himself with ardor as a mantle. According to their deeds, so he repays wrath to his adversaries, recompense to his enemies. He repays recompense to the coastlands. Who are we going to be yoked to? And the Redeemer shall come to Zion. What? First resurrection? Who's your Redeemer? Isaiah 44:6. Yahuah of hosts, head of the army, is our Redeemer. Shall come to Zion. We better have his name. We better be ready in that day and have his name written on our foreheads. Because they're coming. We are at near time. And the Redeemer shall come to Zion, and to those turning from transgression in Yaakov, to those, the small remnant coming out of Israel, coming out of Yaakov, he shall come with his army. And those following the truth shall follow the truth into the land, and he shall take down every high place, and we shall rule and reign with him for 1,000 years, declares Yahuah. As for me, this is my covenant with them, says Yahuah. My spirit that is upon you, and my words that I have put in your mouth, shall not be withdrawn from your mouth, nor from the mouth of your descendants, nor from the mouth of your descendants' descendants, says Yahuah, from this time and forever. Now is the time to turn like never before to Yahuah Elohim. Repent for those things that we're guilty of, that we know in our hearts, and sin no more. Or go about to the next thing we need to peel the layer of the onion back on. Because the earth, all in all in the end, doesn't belong to the enemy, doesn't belong to Marvel Comics, doesn't belong to CERN, D-Wave, or any alternate universe that they might try to create. The earth belongs to Yahuah and all that fills it, the world and those who dwell in it. All belongs to him to decide with what he's going to do with. It's his. For he has founded it upon the seas, not the SEAS that we already talked about, sentient world simulation. And upon the waters he does establish it. Who does go up to the mountain of Yah, to Mount Zion? And who does stand in his set apart place? Who? He who has innocent hands and a clean heart, who did not bring his life to naught and did not swear deceivingly. For your maker is your husband, Yahuah of hosts, head of the army is his name. And the set apart one of Israel is your Redeemer. He is called Elohim of all the earth. Hallelujah. I ask Yah that you will give each and every one of us a clear, concise understanding, Father, that we know what we need to do going forward, and we're not going to do it outside of you, outside of Yahuah of hosts. If we are enlisted in the army, then we look to nothing of this world, but to you and to you alone. Give us eyes to see, Yah, ears to hear, and a heart to turn and repent, that we might be found worthy. Hallelujah.